Chapter 738. Since this place collapsed when I fell, it means this place is not stable. As a result, even if a powerful cultivator uses a spell to seal this place, I fear it won't be able to stop the collapse of the Thunder Celestial Realm. Wang Lin was standing inside a passage. This was a location he had deduced after memorizing the map of all the passages. To be more accurate, this location was the connection point of all the passages. Almost all the branches were connected to this passage. Using an exit that appears at a fixed time as a lure to make me tired and irritated. This person is so boring. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. With his personality, how could he be willing to be played like this? At this moment, he was going to use his own strength to break this trap. Wang Lin raised his head and stared at the mud above the passage. He slapped his bag of holding, and the god-slaying war chariot flew out and turned into the Thunder Beast. After the Thunder Beast appeared, it immediately let out a roar. It was connected to Wang Lin, and without waiting for Wang Lin's order, the thunder around its body gathered on the silver horn on its head. At this moment, the silver horn emitted a blinding light. With a roar, the beast's body charged upwards, bringing with it a dense, lightning glow. Its entire body was like a sharp sword, with the silver horn as the tip, as it charged directly towards the tunnel's mud layer. A thunderous rumble echoed across the entire passage, and a violent tremor suddenly spread out. When Wang Lin stepped on the ground, he immediately felt the powerful tremor. This tremor spread through the entire passage and affected all the passages. The Thunder Beast was knocked back, and the powerful rebound was something it couldn't withstand. It retreated a few steps, and its body trembled slightly. However, its eyes were filled with battle intent and unyielding. Just at this moment, the shadow behind Wang Lin flickered, and the Celestial Guard walked out. There was a hint of orange on its body as it threw a punch at the spot where the Thunder Beast's silver horn hit. Bang! It was as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting apart. A loud sound echoed across the passage. The Celestial Guard puppet's body was very tough. At this moment, it retracted its fist and punched out again. The continuous attacks caused even more tremors, and at the same time, a fierce rebound force appeared. After 5 punches, the Celestial Guard puppet had no choice but to retreat. The golden light around its body weakened, and even its aura became unstable. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. The position he chose couldn't be wrong. The moment the Celestial Guard retreated, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and the Celestial Sword flew out. The sword contained the awakened sword spirit, Su Ligua. As Su Ligua cursed, the Celestial Sword charged out. The successive attacks of the Thunder Beast, the puppet, and the Celestial Sword caused the Thunder Celestial Realm fragment to tremble violently. This passage was the epicenter of the tremors, and all the passages connected to it began to tremble. With a roar, Wang Lin's hand formed a seal, and the celestial spiritual energy in his body surged. His origin soul gave off the might of thunder, and lightning condensed in his hand. He threw it out. At the same time, the Thunder Beast let out a roar and charged out along with Wang Lin's thunder. The Celestial Guard followed closely behind. At this moment, the entire fragment trembled even more violently. The passage collapsed. The collapse of one passage seemed to have triggered a chain reaction, causing all the passages that were connected to it to collapse in an instant. The degree of collapse spread, causing the surrounding soil to sink. However, there were strands of yuan power that existed in the surroundings, spreading in all directions. These strands were densely packed and rarely intersected with each other. However, every time they did, a door of light would appear. Wang Lin's pupil shrank. He didn't think that not only would the collapse of the passage not cause the other party's spell to dissipate, it would still exist. However, without the obstruction of the earth, it was much easier for Wang Lin to leave through the exit that appeared every half an hour. The moment the exit appeared, Wang Lin's body flickered and he charged out like smoke. The Celestial Guard and the Thunder Beast followed closely behind. The moment he charged out, he didn't pause at all. He stepped into the void and let out a deep breath. What is this person's goal? If he wants to kill me, it won't be difficult to do so with this spell. If he wants to trap me, he can also do it as long as the door doesn't exist. But now why? Wang Lin frowned as he looked at the strands of origin energy that were still there. After pondering a bit, Wang Lin put away the thunder beast and the puppet. He didn't understand, but when he saw the strands of origin energy on the ground, he felt his scalp go numb. As he pondered, he looked around and muttered to himself, "This is the Thunder Celestial Realm. For second step cultivators, the Celestial Jades in the Thunder Celestial Realm are dispensable. After all, second step cultivators focus on origin energy." Ever since he found out about the use of origin energy, he had been wondering why there were second step cultivators in the Thunder Celestial Realm who wanted to come here so much. After meeting Shingong Hu, Wang Lin gradually found an answer to this question. Aside from celestial jades, there were also celestial pills and celestial treasures in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Although some would be found every time it opened, there was still some left. As for whether or not they could be found, that would depend on one's luck. Rumor had it that there were complete celestial spells in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Although they had been found, they were all incomplete. However, all the cultivators of the Luo Tian star system believed that there must be complete celestial spells here. In addition, there was another important point. So far, 8 perfectly preserved celestial corpses have been found in the Thunder Celestial Realm. If they could find more celestial corpses, even if it was just a clue, they could sell them to the Thunder Celestial Temple. If the clue was correct, the Thunder Celestial Temple would give them great benefits. If they could obtain a celestial corpse by themselves and hand it over to the Thunder Celestial Temple, the benefits would be unimaginable. Even their family would obtain a great harvest. If the cultivator who obtained the celestial corpse was talented enough, they could even be accepted as a disciple by one of the 10 elders of the Thunder Celestial Temple. From then on, their future would be limitless. Aside from all of this, there was one more reason why the second step cultivators of the Luo Tian star system wanted to come here, and that was because of the origin energy pit. In the Thunder Celestial Realm, the origin energy pit was only discovered 10,000 years ago as a half-abandoned existence. The person who discovered it was only an ascendant cultivator. He cultivated inside the origin energy pit, and his cultivation unexpectedly broke through the first step and reached the second step. For some unknown reason, this matter was spread out and immediately caused all the cultivators to go crazy. As for how the origin energy pit was formed, no one knew. Even during the countless times the Thunder Celestial Realm opened, no one had found the origin energy pit. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. There was a large amount of origin energy inside the origin energy pit. This origin energy was extremely dense, so there was no need to refine it. Even if one wasn't a second step cultivator, they only needed to cultivate to absorb it. All kinds of miraculous things caused countless people to gather in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Aside from the origin energy pit, there was also a type of magic treasure that the second step cultivators of the Thunder Celestial Realm called an origin tool. The celestial spiritual energy inside an origin tool was different from the celestial spiritual energy inside a celestial jade. If a first step cultivator absorbed it, they would produce celestial spiritual energy, and if a second step cultivator absorbed it, it would be origin energy. All of this was what really moved Wang Lin. He had also wondered why he had never heard of or even seen any of this in the Alliance Star System's Rain Celestial Realm. However, he couldn't get an answer, but he vaguely guessed that the Rain Celestial Realm was a bit small compared to the Thunder Celestial Realm. Although it was possible that the Rain Celestial Realm was severely damaged, causing many places to collapse and no longer exist, it was also possible that the Rain Celestial Realm was not complete due to some people's actions, or it was not completely open. My cultivation level is still not enough. Wang Lin let out a sigh and turned into a bolt of lightning. Just as he was about to leave, the strands of origin energy on the ground suddenly collapsed and disappeared. Wang Lin stopped and his eyes narrowed. He saw a faint fluctuation of celestial spiritual energy coming from the depths of the collapsed ground. A grayish-white curved handle was half exposed from the dirt. The celestial spiritual energy fluctuation was coming from this object. On a fragment of the thunder celestial realm, the white-haired old man had his hands behind his back as he stared at a towering mountain before him. He licked his lips and was about to walk over when he suddenly stopped as if he noticed something. He smiled and said, "This little fellow used a trick. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have been able to leave within 7 days. However, it doesn't matter if he used a trick. Since you want to become the old man's fated person, then the old man will reluctantly accept. However, the important matter at hand is more important. For this matter, the old man has been collecting materials for tens of thousands of years, and now he is finally going to succeed. Once I collect the soul of this celestial mountain and place the Luo Tian formation, I'll come find you." The old man's eyes were filled with excitement. With his mental fortitude, there were very few things that could make him like this. If there was one, then it would be this shocking plan that he had been planning for tens of thousands of years. The old man laughed. He took a step forward and headed straight for the mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. The old man will become the #1 person in the Luo Tian star system. Once this plan is complete, we can sweep the Alliance star system and make that damn master Zhong Xian die without a burial. As for Wang Lin, he slowly landed and reached to the void. He pulled out the handle from the dirt. This object was incomplete, as if it was part of Kettle. His eyes lit up as he looked at the ground. He could vaguely feel that there were several fluctuations in the depths of the ground. Why didn't I notice it before? It was only after this place collapsed that I felt the celestial spiritual energy fluctuations. Looking at this object, Wang Lin began to ponder. Just at this moment, a ray of light flew across the sky. This ray of light was black and seemed to contain dense, devilish energy. At this moment, this ray of light seemed to notice something, so it changed direction and charged at Wang Lin. This devilish energy contained naked, killing intent and domineering aura. "Junior, before me, leave behind the object in your hand and scram. Those who disobey will die. It had been a long time since he killed someone. Start killing. The more votes he had, the more fun he would be killing. If he had more than 200 votes, he would become famous in the Thunder Celestial Realm and kill his way into the world." Wang Lin's plan to make a name for himself in the Luo Tian star system began. Chapter 739. What followed the voice was devilish flames that filled the sky. These devilish flames were black and gave off a heat that could burn one's origin soul. In an instant, they filled the sky. It was as if even the thin clouds in the sky had been corroded by the demonic flames, becoming filled with demonic chi. Under the strong winds, as long as the clouds gathered together, they would be able to rain down a crazy amount of rain. The hot rainwater fell to the ground under the strong wind, causing the surrounding demonic aura to fill the sky in the blink of an eye. Even from very far away, one could see the endless demonic aura forming a gigantic figure with a single horn on its head. On the head of the shadow was a young man wearing a purple robe. His eyes were bloodthirsty, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He stepped on the shadow and charged toward the ground. Wang Lin stood on the ground and looked up at the sky. His eyes were calm as he waved his right hand and put the broken handle into his bag of holding. As the devilish shadow closed in, the young man looked down at Wang Lin and coldly said, "You're courting death." With that, he didn't move, but the rain around him condensed into an arrow. It pierced through the layers of rain and shot toward Wang Lin with a strange howl. Ripples spread out as the arrow shot toward Wang Lin. This young man's cultivation was at the illusory stage, and although he wasn't at the peak of the illusory stage, he was at the middle stage. His cultivation was on par with Thunder Taoists, and with his devilish cultivation method, his spells were even more powerful. Even Thunder Taoist wouldn't have the upper hand against him. The arrow formed by the rain contained a sharp, killing intent. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he retreated a few steps. His right hand reached out, and a thunderous rumble echoed. At the same time, bolts of lightning appeared, forming balls of lightning that were connected to each other. With a point of his finger, these balls of lightning charged at the arrow. The moment they closed in, the balls of lightning exploded, creating a powerful shockwave. The shockwave caused the arrow to disintegrate into countless raindrops that scattered 100 feet away from Wang Lin. The young man on the devilish shadow calmly said, "A bit interesting." However, before he finished speaking, not only did Wang Lin not retreat, he stepped forward. He had been trapped in the passage, so he already had an evil fire in his heart. Now that he had encountered this young man who would kill without a word, he felt like he was so weak that anyone could pinch him. It looks like I've been too low-key in the Luo Tian star system. If the other party was at the corporeal yang stage, Wang Lin might have hesitated and chosen to retreat. However, it wasn't like he hadn't killed illusory Yin cultivators before. He stepped toward the shadow, using a devilish attack before me. I've even battled a scattered devil. Wang Lin stepped into the void with one step. He raised his right hand, and his origin soul activated. The might of thunder filled his body, and bolts of thunder came from his body. These bolts of thunder quickly gathered in Wang Lin's right hand. A blue ball of lightning suddenly appeared. It contained a large amount of lightning energy. Almost as soon as it appeared, it caused the surroundings to change. This was the thunder celestial realm, so there was naturally no lack of thunder here. The moment Wang Lin's ball of thunder appeared, strands of thunder appeared on the ground. Even the sky seemed to be pulled by the ball of thunder and turned into countless strands of thunder that were pulled toward the ball of thunder. Holding the ball of lightning, Wang Lin didn't stop at all. He jumped into the air and pushed the ball of lightning forward. The ball of lightning whistled through the air toward the young man on the devilish shadow. The young man's expression changed slightly. Not only did the killing intent in his eyes not decrease, it became even stronger. His hand quickly formed a seal, and the moment the ball of lightning closed in, he shouted, "Devil, devour!" The devilish shadow that he sat on immediately revealed two bloodthirsty, devilish lights. In the blink of an eye, a fissure appeared on it. The fissure grew larger and larger until it was like a devil's maw. In an instant, it swallowed the ball of lightning that was closing in on it. A mere weak thunder doesn't even have the qualifications for me to use my devilish flames. The young man raised his right hand, and all the rainwater in the area immediately gathered around him and began to move around his hand. In an instant, a lance formed. This lance was made of rain, but it seemed to contain ink. It was completely black, and with a wave of his hand, a curtain of water appeared. It was filled with devilish energy and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slapped his bag of holding, and an item appeared in his hand. It was the celestial world mountain stone. As Wang Lin held it in his hand, it immediately grew in size until it was a giant boulder. As the curtain of water closed in, Wang Lin's right hand pressed down on the boulder. His eyes revealed a strange light as he lifted his hand. Strands of the boulder's soul were extracted and gathered together like silk. When Wang Lin raised his right hand, the celestial world mountain soul turned into a ball of fog that emitted an ancient aura. Wang Lin's body moved like lightning. He was so fast that the moment he moved, there was a thunderous rumble. Holding the mist in his hand, Wang Lin charged forward and the water curtain closed in on him. The moment the water curtain entered his body, it turned into countless strands of cold, devilish energy. The devilish energy was like a giant drop of water that surrounded Wang Lin. However, the moment Wang Lin was surrounded, the ball of fog in his hand released powerful, celestial spiritual energy. In a flash, it allowed Wang Lin to charge out of the curtain of water. After he stepped out, he didn't stop at all. He pushed the ball of fog forward, causing it to turn into an arc that shot toward the young man on the devilish shadow. The moment the young man saw the ball of fog, his expression darkened. He swung the spear in his hand, and the spear shot out like a black dragon. It let out a fierce roar as it attempted to pierce through the ball of fog. Scatter! Wang Lin didn't stop after pushing out the ball of fog. Instead, he let out a roar. The ball of mist instantly dispersed and expanded several times in size, forming a thick mist. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded the black dragon formed by the long spear. The young man's expression changed, and he was about to form a hand seal to cast a divine ability. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he shouted, "Thunder, explode!" The ball of thunder that was swallowed by the devilish shadow didn't collapse. Instead, it remained hidden. At this moment, with a roar from Wang Lin, it turned into a powerful bolt of thunder that exploded inside the devilish shadow. In an instant, a blue light appeared on the black, demonic figure's body. This blue light grew brighter and brighter until it reached its peak in an instant. In the end, with a series of thunderous rumbles, countless bolts of lightning shot out from the demonic figure's body, and its gigantic, illusory body completely collapsed at that moment. This drastic change caused the young man's expression to become even more gloomy. The moment the devilish shadow collapsed, he had already retreated. However, just as he retreated, Wang Lin closed in. The shadow behind him flickered, and the celestial guard charged out at an extremely fast speed. In the eyes of the young man, it was as if Wang Lin had been split in half. When the celestial guard charged out, there was a flash of golden light that flowed like water into its right hand. At this moment, the celestial guard looked like it was grabbing the sun. A punch was thrown out. After Wang Lin's cultivation reached the peak of the ascendant stage, it was no longer as easy as before to see that there was a celestial guard inside his body. All of this happened in a very short period of time. It was so fast that the young man didn't even have time to think. He didn't expect a mere peak ascendant cultivator to have a ball of thunder that could extract the soul of a mountain. What shocked him even more was the punch from the puppet. The storm created by this punch was too powerful, and the golden light was blinding. Not only was it blinding, it even made one's origin soul feel pain from this light. This punch was the peak of the celestial guard. This punch seemed like it could shatter the world. It was unbelievably fast and directly landed before the young man. The series of unforeseen events caught him completely off guard. At first, he had been fighting slowly, but now, he was suddenly struck by a sudden attack. A sensation of deadly crisis, which he hadn't felt in a long time, exploded out in his heart. His face fell, and without the slightest hesitation, he fell back. That punch caused his scalp to go numb. He had a feeling that if he didn't retreat and was hit by this punch, even if he was at the illusory stage, he would without a doubt die. As he retreated, the celestial guard's punch erupted. The young man didn't hesitate to bite the tip of his tongue and spit out a mouthful of essence blood. This essence blood contained origin energy. His expression was ferocious as he shouted, "Curtain of Donglin!" The essence blood was like Shimizu falling into a pot of boiling oil. There was a series of popping sounds as it turned into a blood mist and gathered before the young man to stop the puppet's punch. His fist landed on the blood mist, and a sound that shook the entire fragment reverberated in the air. The sound was so loud that it stirred up an impact that swiftly spread in all directions. The entire land seemed to have been scraped up by 10 feet, and it spread out like a wave. A large amount of dirt was lifted up, and fragments of magic treasures that gave off celestial spiritual energy appeared in the tunnel. The blood mist dissipated, and the puppet retreated several dozen feet before finally stabilizing itself. However, the golden light around its body had completely dissipated, and even its spirituality seemed to have been completely released. The celestial guard puppet's body was trembling slightly. As for the young man who had been closing in with killing intent, he shot through the air like a shooting star. When he landed on the ground, a huge boom could be heard as an illusory black lotus flower appeared, emanating intense devil flame. "In 5,000 years, you're the first person to make me, Su Fenghan." However, before he could finish speaking, a series of muffled sounds came from the mountain soul mist in the void, followed by a violent echo. The mist dissipated and returned to the mountain rock. As for the black dragon inside, it had become a pool of rainwater that had lost its spirituality. As it fell to the ground, it dissipated. Today is Father's Day. I wish all the fathers in the world a happy holiday. Speaking of which, us men really don't have many holidays. It's unfair. Chapter 740. Su Fenghan's words were interrupted by the disappearance of a lance. His slender figure walked out from the dust. At this moment, his face was pale, and he was in a sorry state. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. "You're very good, very good." A cold voice came from his mouth, and he was almost gnashing his teeth. Being forced to this point by a first-step cultivator was a disgrace to him. At this moment, he had long forgotten that he had come for the treasure fragments in the pit. Right now, the only thought in his mind was to kill Su Fenghan. Wang Lin let out a sigh. With his cultivation level, it was very difficult to kill a second-step cultivator. The series of attacks from before was to give the Celestial Guard a chance to punch. If it was any other first-step cultivator, they wouldn't have been able to resist that attack. However, facing an illusory cultivator who hadn't even reached the second step, he could only injure him but not kill him. This person is even more powerful than Thunder Daoist from back then. Wang Lin waved his right hand to the ground, and the treasure fragments immediately flew into his bag of holding. Wang Lin's gaze was locked on the demonic flame lotus above Su Fenghan's head. Su Fenghan took a deep breath, raised his right hand, pointed at the sky, and gloomily said, "Even if you have that puppet, no matter how many magic treasures you have, under my illusory realm Devil Lotus, you will still be destroyed." Dao Devil Lotus, first cycle. As Su Fenghan spoke, the demonic lotus slowly rotated. As it rotated, the devilish flames became even more intense. It was as if a large portion of the sky was covered in a black, devilish light. Wang Lin's expression was serious. This was a rare time for him to see a cultivator formed by Dao. As the demonic flame lotus rotated, it seemed to replace the heavens and earth. As it rotated, it was as if the heavens and earth were rotating as well. This feeling was very illusory, but very real. It was as if he had become a speck of dust in the world and was mercilessly erased as the heavens and earth rotated. "Don't let it spin again." Wang Lin's face instantly turned pale. With a thought, half of the sky that had been illuminated by the demonic lotus suddenly rumbled with the rumbling of thunder. Suddenly, a yellow spring appeared in the sky. This yellow spring was extremely long, as if a huge river had appeared in the sky. Waves of mournful resentment and howls rang out from within. At this moment, it was as if the entire world was filled with endless resentment. The appearance of a yellow spring forced its way into the encirclement of the demonic flame lotus in mid-air, forming a resistance. At this moment, the feeling of heaven and earth spinning gradually dissipated. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with seriousness. Cultivators who possessed Dao, will, and could materialize it were extremely terrifying. Wang Lin understood this very well. Su Fenghan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the yellow spring in the sky and slowly said, "So you also have a spell that can materialize your Dao. You can extract the soul of a mountain and have so many treasures. If I'm not wrong, you must be a second-step cultivator, but due to some unforeseen circumstances, your cultivation level dropped to the peak of Ascendant." This was the only explanation that could make Su Fenghan feel normal. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to face how a peak Ascendant cultivator could be so strong. "I presume that puppet is your original body, and your current body is an avatar. Because you are too injured, your origin soul can't return to your original body." The more Su Fenghan spoke, the clearer his mind became, and he became more certain of his speculation. "Let's see which of our Dao wills is stronger." Killing intent flashed in Su Fenghan's eyes. The lotus above his head began to spin once more. This time, it spun even faster, and the devilish flames became even more monstrous. As the lotus spun, it formed a giant devilish flame vortex. It was dark and gave off a heat that could make anyone's mouth go dry. Devilish flames burn. Su Fenghan let out a roar. The devilish flame vortex rose up from the lotus and charged at Wang Lin. The vortex rotated rapidly, creating a powerful gust of wind. This gust of wind was very hot, and it rapidly closed in on Wang Lin with a shocking roar. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. This battle was his first life and death battle after reaching the peak of Ascendant. At this moment, the devilish flames formed by his opponent's Dao closed in on him. Wang Lin raised his right hand and said, "Second move, condense the soul of the spring." The yellow spring in the sky trembled, and the resentment inside began to gather like crazy. This resentment was too strong. It was formed by the resentment of all the mortals on planet Qingling that Wang Lin had gathered. This resentment fused with each other to form a powerful resentment. The resentment became monstrous and turned corporeal. It poured out from the yellow spring and turned into phantoms. Each of these phantoms was a mortal formed by resentment. In an instant, countless figures of mortals appeared in the world. It was as if the world had become narrow and extremely crowded at this moment. But then, these phantoms formed by resentment fused with each other. In the blink of an eye, all the phantoms fused into a resentful soul that only had a human shape, but no specific appearance. The resentful soul was born from the yellow spring. The moment it appeared, it caused the yellow spring to tremble. The yellow spring surrounded the resentful soul and faced the devilish flame vortex. The collision between the resentful soul and the devilish flame vortex created an unimaginable force. In an instant, a tearing sound echoed. This sound was extremely harsh, and it came from the sky. It was as if the entire sky was being torn apart by this force. The earth also trembled under the impact of this force. A crack appeared between Wang Lin and Su Fenghan and rapidly expanded. It was as if the entire continent had been split in half. The resentful soul dissipated and turned back into endless resentment that returned to the yellow spring. The yellow spring collapsed. The underworld river was Wang Lin's Tao, and its collapse was the collapse of Wang Lin's Tao. Wang Lin's origin soul was affected, so his face turned pale and he retreated a few steps. The devilish flame passed through a mysterious connection from the resentful soul to the underworld river, and then to Wang Lin's origin soul the moment the underworld river collapsed. This devilish flame burned as if it wanted to burn everything in the world to ashes. Wang Lin's pale face turned red, and he coughed out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body was filled with killing intent. Third move, power of the yellow spring. Wang Lin suddenly looked up and stared at the collapsing yellow spring in the sky. An unyielding will appeared in his eyes. He would never yield. If his Tao intent collapsed, he would reform it. If the yellow spring collapsed, he would reform it. The devilish flame that entered his body was forced out of his pores. This devilish flame was invisible, and after it appeared, it immediately burned and turned into black gas. Su Fenghan's face was also pale, and he retreated a few steps. The Tao demon lotus above him trembled. Although it didn't collapse, most of the demonic flames on it were extinguished as if they had been hit by water. Even Su Fenghan himself was being corroded by the resentment of the yellow spring. His mind was filled with all kinds of chaotic thoughts. Fortunately, his cultivation level was high, and he was able to stabilize it after suppressing it many times. Otherwise, if the resentment in his mind increased endlessly, then Su Fenghan wouldn't even need to do anything to make him go crazy. A battle of Tao intent is the most dangerous. That is true. For the first time, Su Fenghan placed Wang Lin on the same level as himself. A battle of Tao intent often shakes the foundation of a cultivator. He wasn't his origin soul or his body, but his ethereal Tao intent. Once his Tao intent was damaged, the consequences were terrifying. That was because it was very difficult to recover. Su Fenghan saw that Wang Lin's underworld river was about to collapse, but at this moment, it was supported by an unyielding will so powerful that even he could feel it. It unexpectedly reversed the collapse and reformed. This scene shocked him, and a strange light appeared in his eyes. This was the first time he had seen a Tao intent spell like this. His eyes lit up, and he knew that he couldn't retreat. This was a battle of Tao intent, and if he retreated, the consequences would be dire. His right hand formed a seal, and he shouted, "Devil Lotus, 100 revolutions." The lotus trembled and began to rotate rapidly. At this moment, the feeling of the world rotating appeared once more. This feeling was terrifying. Wang Lin's body uncontrollably retreated. He didn't want to retreat, but if he didn't retreat, he would be killed. I've killed an serene cultivator before, so it's not impossible for me to kill another one. Wang Lin's right foot stomped down, and he suddenly stopped. The unyielding will in his eyes pierced through the sky and landed on the yellow spring. The will contained Wang Lin's confidence. This combination of unyielding and will cause the yellow spring to stop collapsing. Instead, a powerful suction force came from within, the power of the yellow spring. This suction force was so strong that it felt like the yellow spring was sucking in the world. No matter how much you rotated, you couldn't escape this suction force that came from the intersection of two star systems. This suction force was so strong that it caused the rotating lotus to slow down. It was as if it was stuck in water, and its rotation slowed down. This change caused Su Fenghan's expression to change greatly. Without hesitation, he jumped up and was about to sit down on the lotus. He wanted to use his own power to rotate the lotus to sustain his Tao intent. How could Wang Lin give him such a chance? He charged out, and under the suction of the underworld river, he pointed at the sky. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he shouted, "Karma Whip!" A thin, curved line appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. This thin line flickered and turned into a long whip. The moment the whip appeared, it trembled and let out cracking sounds. It also created countless ripples that spread out. The whip seemed to be invisible as it mercilessly lashed at Su Fenghan, who was charging at the lotus. It lashed at the void, but it strangely affected Su Fenghan. His body trembled, his face turned pale, and he couldn't help but stop. The karma whip lashed at karma. There's a flaw in this person's Tao heart. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he charged out without hesitation. The second update was delivered. Chapter 741. The moment the whip lashed out, Su Fenghan felt his body turn cold. All sorts of chaotic thoughts flooded into his mind like a flood. They turned into countless different existences in his mind, making him feel as if his body was about to be torn apart. His footsteps involuntarily slowed down. Even his Tao intent became unstable at that moment. He couldn't imagine what kind of whip it was and why it had such a terrifying and unbelievable power. Just as his body stopped, Wang Lin charged out. He didn't get close to Su Fenghan, but directly landed on the lotus formed by Su Fenghan's Tao, a dove taking over a magpie's nest. At this moment, Wang Lin's black hair moved without any wind and his clothes flapped. His eyes were like lightning, and although his face was pale, he gave off an extraordinary aura. Standing on Su Fenghan's Tao lotus, Wang Lin turned around and looked at Su Fenghan. He stood on the lotus, which was equivalent to standing on top of Su Fenghan's Tao intent. Although this was not an actual attack, in terms of symbolism, in terms of striking one's mind, it was an incomparable move that could be said to be unparalleled. After Su Fenghan forcibly suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind, his Tao heart was already loosened. When he saw Wang Lin standing on top of the Tao lotus, his face immediately turned pale. Wang Lin didn't say a word as he stared at Su Fenghan. He waved his sleeve and actually sat down in the lotus position. At this moment, the power of the underworld river became even stronger. The underworld river arrived and surrounded the lotus. The battle of Tao was lost. Su Fenghan's face was pale, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He let out a bitter laugh and decisively retreated. At the same time, his hands formed a seal, and origin energy gathered in his hands. I still have origin energy spells. Origin Demon God. Su Fenghan's face was ferocious. At this moment, he hated this enemy whose name he didn't even know. Yuan power instantly condensed on his hands. In an instant, a black demonic flame appeared between his hands. This demonic flame was like the flame of a candle, flickering between light and dark. It was as if there was a soul-devouring demonic creature struggling within the flame. In the blink of an eye, the demonic flame immediately shined brightly, as if it had absorbed a large amount of origin energy. It crazily expanded, emitting thick black smoke. In the air, it turned into a monster with a single horn. This monster's appearance was very similar to the scattered devil, but it was not as strong. A strong sense of danger filled Wang Lin's heart. He slammed his right hand on the lotus and flew out. His left hand pressed against his forehead as he charged toward the devil. His speed was extremely fast, and as he closed in, the third eye on his forehead suddenly opened, emitting a bright red glow. The red glow didn't leak out, but rather condensed together, making him look extremely demonic. The moment the devil appeared, it let out a roar, turned around, and bit Su Fenghan's shoulder. It pulled Su Fenghan up and directly swallowed him. After swallowing him, the devil suddenly turned around and stared at Wang Lin. It charged out with a roar and waved its giant devil claw. It seemed like it could tear the world apart and let out an ear-piercing screech. At this moment, the veins on Wang Lin's face swelled and the third eye between his eyebrows opened. A red light exploded out and spread out in the shape of a fan. The demonic creature's body was immediately exposed to the fan-shaped red light. Vaguely, it seemed to have become transparent. Even Su Fenghan, who was curled up like a fetus in its abdomen, was clearly visible. The moment the devil's claw arrived, Wang Lin's right hand pointed forward and he shouted, "Stop!" The stop celestial spell descended like a powerful force. It was as if the world was squeezing down on the devil's body. Although it immediately recovered, it gave Wang Lin a great opportunity. That was because the demonic being was completely enveloped by the red light, and a large amount of black smoke came from its body. Waves of miserable groans came from its mouth, and its roars were almost crazy. Even Su Fenghan, who was in its abdomen, opened his eyes from his slumber. Wang Lin's face was pale. He couldn't use the red light in his third eye for too long. This spell consumed a lot of origin energy, and it only lasted for 2 breaths of time before Wang Lin's third eye closed and the red light dissipated. However, at this moment, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and a celestial sword appeared in his hand. He raised the sword and quickly slashed down. Heavenly chop. The world rumbled and a thunderous roar echoed. This sword slashed down as if it was splitting the world. It wasn't the devil's body or origin energy, it was the law of the world. Once the law was broken, the spell would collapse. With one slash, Su Ligu's power came into play at this moment. Dense sword energy filled the air with an ancient sword intent. The celestial sword fell, but the devil's body wasn't injured at all. Even Su Fenghan, who was in its abdomen, only opened his eyes. However, both he and the devil were motionless at this moment. A moment later, cracks appeared on the devil's body and strands of devilish energy came out. After the devilish energy dissipated, Su Fenghan was revealed. At this moment, Su Fenghan was dead. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Wang Lin's mouth. Killing an illusory cultivator was extremely difficult. Wang Lin put away the celestial sword and reached toward the crater. He immediately gathered all the treasure fragments and quickly left. As for the devil lotus inside the underworld river, it strangely didn't dissipate. Instead, it was absorbed by the underworld river and refined by Tao intent. After noticing this, Wang Lin's eyes revealed a thoughtful expression. I wonder if I can refine it into a Dharma treasure if it's formed from Tao wool. While flying, Wang Lin's divine sense spread out. After this battle, it would definitely attract some cultivators. Wang Lin carefully sped up and didn't stop even after he was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the battlefield. This fragment was extremely vast and was far more stable than the Rain Celestial Realm. If this was the Rain Celestial Realm, this battle would have caused the fragment to collapse. Wang Lin flew for 3 days before he finally saw the edge of the island. Only then did he stop and look around. Not far away, there was a mountain with flashes of lightning on it. Wang Lin charged toward the mountain and carved out a cave with the celestial sword. Wang Lin entered the cave and sat down to cultivate. In the battle against Su Fenghan, Wang Lin had used the origin force slash in the third eye, so his origin energy had been consumed. However, he had devoured 2 bolts of celestial lightning, so he didn't refine them. Instead, he stored them inside his body. Now that he was refining them, the origin energy he had used up was slowly being replenished. In addition, this was the Thunder Celestial Realm. Every blade of grass, every tree, every mountain, every rock contained thunder energy. Cultivating here was like a holy land for Wang Lin, and it was much faster than cultivating outside. It was like a fish in water. While cultivating, Wang Lin took out the lotus from the underworld river. It was dim and showed signs of dissipating after leaving the underworld river. Wang Lin observed it for a moment before putting it back into the underworld river. Then he took out all the fragments of the magic treasure. Through these fragments, Wang Lin could see that it was a magic treasure that looked like a water bottle. The celestial spiritual energy fluctuations coming from it were very strange. It looked like celestial spiritual energy, but at the same time, it didn't feel like it. Looking at these fragments, Wang Lin began to ponder. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at the fragments and muttered, "Could this be a broken origin treasure?" At this moment, in the Luo Tian star system, a blood-colored ray of light flew by at an extremely fast speed. At the end of this blood-colored ray of light was a dark red planet. This planet was very large and gave off a strange aura. It was hard to tell if this aura was celestial spiritual energy, demonic spiritual energy, or demonic spiritual energy. In short, it was very strange. This planet wasn't static. It was slowly moving. The blood-colored ray of light stopped outside the planet. After the light dissipated, a person with red hair and eyebrows was revealed. He was wearing a red robe and had a handsome appearance. He looked to be around 40 years old. He looked at the surrounding starry sky and the dark red planet in front of him with a trace of melancholy in his eyes. After a short while, he cupped his fists and slowly said in an extremely respectful tone, "Yao Luodong's son, Yao Kong, returns to the clan." The surroundings were silent. After a long time, the dark red planet suddenly stopped and a hoarse voice came from it. "When your father left the clan, didn't he say that he would never return?" Yao Kong let out a sigh. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he really didn't want to return to the Luo Tian star system. He didn't want to use the Luo Tian stone that his father had left him before he died. However, if he didn't return to the Luo Tian star system, he wouldn't be able to eat or sleep in peace. All of this was for his daughter, Yao Shishue. This person was the blood ancestor. Just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by the hoarse voice. "Leave this place and return to the Alliance star system your father chose. My Yao family's ancestral hall doesn't have a name, Yao Luodong." This voice revealed a sense of determination and decisiveness that didn't allow anyone to question or resist. Grandson's only daughter, Yao Shishue, was captured from the Alliance star system. Her fate is unknown and her life is hanging by a thread. She is the blood of our Yao family. The blood ancestor clenched his fist and said in a heavy tone. The hoarse voice was silent for a while. After a long time, an ancient sigh came from within. "Yao Shishue." The voice was very soft, and after a while, it slowly said, "I've calculated that she is in the Thunder Celestial Realm. Bring my great-granddaughter back. The Thunder Celestial Realm has already opened. Take my token to the Thunder Celestial Temple and let them send you in. If you're too late, not even they can send you in." The 3 chapters, a total of 9,000 words, were all uploaded. Today, the book review area was a bit chaotic again, but they were already used to it. Once the monthly votes dropped, there would be people scolding them. Everyone calm down. Don't be muted because of scolding others. Today was Father's Day. Going home to spend time with family was a joy in life. Chapter 742. The Thunder Celestial Realm was far larger than the Alliance Star System's Rain Celestial Realm. To be more accurate, the Thunder Celestial Realm was more complete. At the edge of one of the continents formed by the fragments, there was a mountain peak that was constantly emitting lightning. Bursts of thunder moved around the mountain like silver snakes. Just looking at it would cause one's mind to tremble. The sky was dark. Occasionally, lightning would descend and enter the mountain peak, as if it was connected to the mountain peak. Bursts of thunder continued to echo across the world and didn't dissipate for a long time. There was a cave in the middle of the mountain. Wang Lin was sitting inside, healing his injuries. The Celestial Guard was also cultivating at the entrance to recover. On this day, Wang Lin opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. Before him were more than 10 fragments of different shapes and sizes. They slowly floated into the air as if they were being held by an invisible hand. Wang Lin pondered. He had never seen an origin treasure in the Thunder Celestial Realm, but he guessed that there was a 70% chance that these fragments were caused by the shattering of an origin treasure. Wang Lin raised his hand and picked up one of the fragments. He carefully looked at it a few times before putting it down and picking up another. Just like this, he engraved every fragment in his heart and gradually closed his eyes. Wang Lin's mind was like deducing a restriction. He quickly began to deduce the most correct combination. Time slowly passed. 1 hour later, Wang Lin opened his eyes and frowned as he looked at the fragments before him. These fragments can't form a complete treasure. Some are missing. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the fragments were surrounded by celestial spiritual energy. They began to move and intertwine with each other. In an instant, they formed the shape of a kettle. There were scar-like cracks in between each of the fragments, giving it a kind of fragmented beauty. In addition, a few pieces were missing from the side of the kettle, so it couldn't be complete. After looking at it for a while, Wang Lin waved his hand, and the fragments fell off. Wang Lin put them all into his bag of holding. That Su Fenghan is an serene cultivator, so why doesn't he have a bag of holding? After killing Su Fenghan, Wang Lin was quite puzzled. After Su Fenghan died, his body dissipated. Wang Lin spread out his divine sense and immediately knew that Su Fenghan didn't have a bag of holding. This kind of phenomenon could only be called an anomaly. This person's cultivation level is very high. Even if he didn't prepare any treasures, he would still have some pills. Moreover, if he obtained something in the Thunder Celestial Realm, he wouldn't be able to obtain it with both hands. Wang Lin frowned even more and was puzzled. I'm afraid there must be some reason I don't know, or perhaps the method of storage is not known to outsiders. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up, and he thought of the demonic lotus inside the underworld river. Could it be? Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and with a thought, the underworld river appeared around him. This underworld river was formed by Tao intent and could be big or small. After it shrank, it circled around him. Wang Lin waved his hand, and a large amount of resentment surged out from the underworld river. The resentment holding Su Fenghan's demonic lotus appeared. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he stared at the demonic lotus. This thing couldn't leave the underworld river for too long, or else it would dissipate. Only inside the underworld river would its dissipation be slowed down. At this moment, all the demonic flames have been extinguished, leaving behind only the dim lotus and the platform. Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and the celestial spiritual energy inside his body gathered in his eyes. He looked at it. There seemed to be a cloud of turbid aura inside the demonic lotus. This aura wasn't dead. It was slowly rotating. When Wang Lin looked at it, the rotation of this aura sped up, and there seemed to be a faint roar coming from inside. It wanted to follow Wang Lin's gaze and use a strange method to extend it. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes. Not only did he let out a cold snort, but he also gave the strange aura a chance. This aura suddenly extended out and turned into a devil that wanted to devour Wang Lin. The moment the devil closed in, its body trembled as if it had discovered something incredible. It let out a scream and was about to return to the demonic lotus. However, it was too late. Wang Lin's origin soul charged out from the top of his head and chased after the devil. The devil let out a series of anxious screams before Wang Lin's origin soul dragged it back into his body. I can't refine a scattered devil. It's just a small devil, so Wang, don't put it in my eyes. Wang Lin's eyes were calm. The devil's screams became weaker and weaker until it was devoured by his origin soul. This kind of devouring ability wasn't something ordinary cultivators had. It was usually created by some devil cultivation method. As for Wang Lin, it was because he was a soul devourer in the past. After devouring the devil, there was a flash of black light in Wang Lin's eyes. There seemed to be a trace of devil aura in his eyes, but lightning flashed in his eyes, and the devil aura was immediately dispersed. Wang Lin returned to normal. He licked his lips. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the origin energy in his origin soul had not only completely recovered, but it had also improved. It was as if his origin energy had been compressed. The demonic lotus in the yellow spring was no longer cloudy after losing the black aura. Wang Lin immediately saw that there was another space inside the demonic lotus. There were 4 crystal beads floating inside, emitting a bright light. However, they weren't stable and showed signs of collapsing, as if they could collapse at any time. Just as Wang Lin looked over, one of the beads collapsed and dissipated. Seeing that the other beads were about to collapse, Wang Lin's right hand reached into the demonic lotus and grabbed 2 of them. When he was about to grab the third one, it collapsed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he withdrew his right hand. There were 2 beads floating in his palm. After they left the demonic lotus, they stopped collapsing. Wang Lin's expression changed when he scanned them with his divine sense. What a mysterious spell. It's actually made of Tao intent as a bag of holding. Wang Lin took a deep breath. He now understood why Su Fenghan didn't have a bag of holding on him. Using one's Tao intent to form a space and place some precious items inside. This way, it can provide the greatest protection. This mystic ability is very practical. At this moment, after losing the beads and the black gas, the demonic lotus seemed to wither and change rapidly. It was as if thousands of years had passed in an instant. It turned into a dried-up leaf and finally dissipated. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and crushed one of the beads. A pill bottle flew out. There was still a wax seal on the bottle. It was obvious that it had never been opened before. There was a delicate Su character engraved on the bottle. After crushing the wax seal, a wave of celestial spiritual energy rushed out, making people feel comfortable. There was only one pill inside the pill bottle. He couldn't see the exact effect, but at a glance, this pill was definitely not ordinary. After looking at it for a while, Wang Lin put away the pill and crushed the other bead. There was a flash of light, and a talisman floated down. This talisman looked very ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. There was a simple rune drawn on it using cinnabar. What is this? Wang Lin was startled. He picked up the talisman and carefully looked at it for a long time. This thing was almost exactly the same as the runes used by some low-level cultivators. For Su Fenghan to place this in his Tao intent, it must not be ordinary. Wang Lin's eyes were serious. After looking at it for a while, he still couldn't see any clues. After pondering for a bit, he put away the talisman and no longer thought about it. Instead, he stepped out of the cave. The celestial guard turned into a shadow and merged with the shadow behind Wang Lin. The edge of the Thunder Celestial Realm fragment was the edge of the Thunder Celestial Realm fragment. Outside the edge was lightning. This lightning was brown and looked like rusty chains that extended into the darkness. There is a transfer array in the Rain Celestial Realm, but because the power of the Thunder Celestial Realm is too strong, a transfer array can't be set up. Everything requires the power of one's feet. Wang Lin pondered for a bit. He wasn't in a rush to leave this fragment. Instead, he flew at a low altitude and carefully spread out his divine sense, looking for places with celestial spiritual energy fluctuations. As he flew, Wang Lin's expression suddenly changed. He saw 2 rays of sword energy flying toward him. One was a man and the other was a woman. The man was wearing a dark blue robe, and his long hair was tied up with a light blue ribbon. He was about 30 years old, had a sharp gaze, and looked extraordinary. The woman beside him was about 27 or 28 years old. She was very beautiful, but her phoenix eyes were filled with killing intent. She looked like she had a surly personality. As the 2 of them flew, they immediately saw Wang Lin. They couldn't help but stop and carefully spread out their divine senses. When they saw that Wang Lin was at the peak of Ascendant, they relaxed a bit. They looked at each other, but didn't say anything and flew far away. While they were checking Wang Lin's cultivation, Wang Lin was also checking their cultivation levels. Both of them were at the peak of Ascendant and hadn't broken through. They didn't have much origin energy inside their origin souls, unlike his, which had already reached saturation. The two of them didn't have any intention of causing trouble and quickly left. Wang Lin only took one look before withdrawing his gaze and continuing to scan the fragment of the Thunder Celestial Realm. The Thunder Celestial Realm had opened many times, and the later it was, the less harvest one would get. However, once one did get a harvest, there was a high chance that it would be a top-quality item. Wang Lin had experience in the Rain Celestial Realm, so he was very familiar with searching. In a flash, more than a month passed. Along the way, Wang Lin didn't encounter many cultivators, only 3 to 5. There were no illusory cultivators among them. Most of them were at the Ascended stage, and there was even one at the Soul Transformation stage. During this month of time, Wang Lin searched the entire continent and didn't find any clues. After pondering a bit, he stopped searching and sped back the way he came. On this day, as Wang Lin was flying, his eyes suddenly narrowed. A restriction had appeared in the distance. Although this restriction was hidden, it was very clear to a restriction master like Wang Lin. He clearly remembered that when he passed by this place before, he didn't see this restriction. The recommendation list is about to drop. I'm begging fellow cultivators to vote for me. Chapter 743. After looking at it for a bit, Wang Lin landed. This restriction wasn't large, only about 1,000 feet wide. The most amazing thing was that this restriction was connected to the surrounding rocks, so it was very well hidden. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin was certain that this restriction wasn't here before, he wouldn't have noticed it. More importantly, there was celestial spiritual energy coming from this restriction. This restriction contains a sliver of celestial spiritual energy that fuses with the surroundings, but it is also very mysterious. However, it is precisely because of this that there is a flaw. After all, 2 different kinds of celestial spiritual energy can't be perfectly fused in a short period of time. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and pondered for a bit. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly thought of something. No, with how clever this restriction is, it shouldn't have left such a flaw. The celestial spiritual energy inside this restriction can be completely extracted, which makes this restriction even more hidden. The person who placed this restriction is very skilled, so they shouldn't have made such a mistake. Wang Lin frowned slightly and spread out his divine sense. He didn't find anything strange within several kilometers. After pondering for a bit, he muttered to himself, "Strange, there is clearly the aura of a restriction here, but I can't see it. Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me?" His eyes lit up and his body turned into a ray of light that disappeared into the horizon. Time trickled by. 2 hours later, on a mountain rock 100 feet to the right of the seal, the space trembled. As ripples spread out, 2 people walked out from within. These 2 people were the man and woman Wang Lin met 1 month ago. They were peak ascendant cultivators. The woman looked at the direction Wang Lin disappeared to with hatred and said with dissatisfaction, "Didn't you say that this restriction of yours could be passed off as real and could attract the cultivators on this fragment? Why didn't that person fall for it?" The man beside her frowned slightly and said, "Perhaps that person hasn't truly left. We shouldn't have appeared so carelessly." The woman coldly said, "Don't change the topic. I'm asking you again. Perhaps that person saw through the clues." The man sighed and said in a low voice, "Don't think too highly of others. Didn't you hear what that person said to himself just now? He didn't see that there was a restriction here. Previously, I told you to set up more flaws on it, but you insisted on believing that you were infallible." The woman was quite dissatisfied, and her tone was even more vile. There was a hint of contempt in the man's eyes, but he hid it very well. He calmly said, "Which cultivator that can come to the Thunder Celestial Realm hasn't cultivated for thousands of years? If my restriction had too many flaws, no one would believe it. If there were no flaws, I'm confident that even second-step cultivators wouldn't be able to see through it. Killing intent flashed in the woman's eyes as she sneered. Li Yuan, how dare you? Are you mocking me for my short cultivation time? The man was silent. After a long time, he said respectfully, My life spirit is in the hands of your family. How dare I mock you? The woman coldly said, It's good that you remember. If it wasn't for the fact that my grandfather pitied you and gave you a pill, you would have died 100 years ago. Li Yuan revealed a bitter expression and let out a sigh. His expression suddenly changed, and he whispered, Quickly return to my restriction. Someone is coming. As he spoke, he took a step forward. The woman was one step faster than him and directly entered the ripples. After the two of them entered, the ripples disappeared and the area returned to normal. Even if one checked with their divine senses, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. A beam of sword light came whistling through the air. It circled in the air for a moment, then descended to reveal a middle-aged man. He stared at the restrictive spell, then let out a soft cry of surprise. After looking around for a long time, his eyes flashed, and he spread out his divine sense to scan the area. When he found nothing out of the ordinary, a strange light appeared in his eyes. After pondering a bit, he took a few steps back and slapped his bag of holding. A ray of white light flew out and landed on the side. It turned into a puppet made of wood. This puppet was covered in inscriptions and symbols, and it gave off bursts of white light. The middle-aged man's hands formed a seal, and he began to chant. With a point of his finger, the wooden puppet's body began to move. As it moved, its body became even more agile until it was like a real person. It jumped into the restriction and walked a few steps in a certain order. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up, and he shouted, Explode! The puppet's body trembled, and the white light around it became even more intense. With a bang, its body collapsed, creating a shock wave that caused the restriction to shatter. On the ground, there was a hole that was dozens of feet wide that was covered by the formation restriction. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with joy. He slapped his bag of holding again and took out another puppet. He controlled the puppet to enter the restriction and jump into the hole. A while later, the man's eyes were filled with joy, and he charged into the hole without any hesitation. However, as soon as he entered, he immediately let out a miserable cry. His origin soul charged out of the hole with a sliver of fear. However, as soon as his origin soul left the hole, it was immediately swept up by a green shadow and pulled back into the hole. The rocks several dozen feet away rippled as Li Yuan and the woman walked out. Looking at the dark hole before them, Li Yuan let out a sigh and turned his head. As for the woman beside him, she was filled with excitement. She quickly walked up and reached her hand into the hole as if she was touching something. She softly said, Be good. Eat one more, and then we'll change places. This time in the Thunder Celestial Realm, I'll definitely let you eat until you're full. Interesting. Wang Lin's figure appeared not far away. He hadn't left and was using an illusion to hide himself. He was here to watch a good show. The woman's expression changed slightly. She turned around and stared at Wang Lin, who had suddenly appeared. She frowned and was about to speak when Li Yuan stepped forward and stood before the woman. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and slowly said, Fellow cultivator, I apologize for offending you with the restriction before. Now, why are you wasting time with him? This person's cultivation level is the same as ours. You and I will capture him and feed him to my pet. The woman let out a cold snort and took a step forward. She slapped her bag of holding, and a feather fan appeared in her hand. With one wave, the feathers on the fan flew out toward Wang Lin with fierce killing intent. Li Yuan bitterly smiled, and his right hand formed a seal. He waved his hand, and the afterimages of restrictions appeared. They combined and attacked Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and his eyes were calm. He was at the peak of the first step. At this moment, he took a step forward and flicked his right index finger. A powerful ray of thunder appeared and landed on the feather. The feather didn't resist at all and immediately collapsed. The destruction of the treasure, along with the powerful rebound force, caused the woman to cough out blood. She retreated a few steps, and her face was filled with terror. At this moment, Wang Lin had only taken one step. Compared to the feather treasure, what caught Wang Lin's attention was Li Yuan's restriction. The restriction scattered and turned into 18 layers that were closely connected to each other. This restriction was very strange. If one looked at it from a simple perspective, it would take some time to break it. However, this was a battle. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, but he didn't try to break it. Instead, he raised his right hand and the thunder in his body appeared again. It turned into a blinding ray of lightning and formed an illusory palm that charged toward the 18 layers of restrictions. Bang! Bang! The moment the 18 restrictions came into contact with the lightning palm, they seemed to be unable to withstand its power and collapsed one by one. Even after the last restriction collapsed, the palm didn't dissipate and directly landed on Li Yuan's chest. Li Yuan coughed up a mouthful of blood and retreated a few steps, his face pale. He stared blankly at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. At this moment, Wang Lin took a second step. With this step, he passed the two of them and arrived at the deep pit within the spell formation. Without hesitation, Wang Lin looked down. Within the pit was a mass of green yin energy. As soon as Wang Lin looked down, the yin energy suddenly flew out and transformed into a giant skull. It emitted a green glow as it lunged toward Wang Lin. A strange light appeared in Wang Lin's eyes as he softly said, "Heavenly ghost." Not far away, the terrified woman screamed, "Devour him!" The skull formed by the heavenly ghost emitted a green glow that seemed to dye the surrounding land green. The moment it lunged toward Wang Lin, the karma whip appeared between Wang Lin's eyebrows. The moment the whip appeared, it lashed out and the heavenly ghost let out a miserable scream. A large amount of green fog surrounded its body and it was about to retreat. How could Wang Lin let this thing escape? He moved and the karma whip caught the heavenly ghost. Then he slapped his bag of holding, took out the 1 billion soul flag, and threw the heavenly ghost inside. With this, my chances of making the second celestial guard puppet will be even greater. Wang Lin turned around and calmly looked at Li Yuan and the woman. The woman's eyes were filled with fear. She couldn't imagine how this person could so easily capture the celestial guard that her family had raised for so many years. Li Yuan's expression was extremely ugly. When he saw the whip suddenly appear beside Wang Lin, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He clasped his hands with a complicated expression and said, "Senior, the two of you using this restriction to harm people has nothing to do with me. But since you attacked me first, I can't let you off so easily." It was impossible to see whether Wang Lin was happy or angry, but his words caused the woman's body to tremble. Li Yuan let out a sigh in his heart. After pondering a bit, he looked at Wang Lin and respectfully said, "Senior, this matter was our mistake. Junior knows of a place in the Thunder Celestial Realm that is extremely secretive and has restrictions. I presume there are celestial treasures there as well. If we have offended Senior, then Junior will use this place to settle things." At this moment, the woman beside him no longer had any spirit and didn't dare to speak. Chapter 744. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan with a smile that wasn't a smile. His gaze was like a sword that landed on Li Yuan's heart, as if he could see through it. There was no panic on Li Yuan's face at all. His expression was calm, without any signs of discomfort. He said respectfully, "Senior might be wondering why this junior knows about this place, and why I did not break the restriction to enter." Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan. This person's intelligence was very high, not something the woman could compare to. This kind of person was not ordinary, and from the conversation between the two of them, it seemed that this person was saved by the woman's family, but the price was to hand over his soul piece. However, Wang Lin felt that the conversation between the two of them was all led by this person named Li Yuan. His words seemed to have a hidden meaning. Li Yuan's expression was neutral, and he revealed a sincere expression as he said, "Junior obtained an ancient map a long time ago. That map depicted a restriction land before the Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed. Junior studied this map for a long time and is confident that as long as the restriction land is still there, I'll be able to find it. As for the restriction there, Junior is 70% confident I can break it. I came here this time for the sake of this restricted area. Wang Lin remained calm and didn't speak. If Junior's guess is correct, there should be an origin tool inside the restriction land, and it should be one that is still intact. When a restriction is broken, Senior can take half of it. At this moment, the woman opened her mouth but chose to remain silent in the end. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan. After a long time, he faintly smiled and nodded. I can, but as he spoke, Wang Lin suddenly raised his right hand and reached out. The woman's body trembled, and a shadow that looked like half of her soul appeared 3 inches from her body. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. The woman's face was pale, as if she had lost a lot of energy. I want to take a soul as a keepsake. A soft light gathered between the eyebrows of the shadow and turned into a ball of light. Wang Lin grabbed it and put it inside his bag of holding. Li Yuan's expression was the same as usual, but he was extremely vigilant. The person in front of him was as cunning as him. This person didn't take his soul, but chose the girl from the Ge family. Could it be this person had seen through something? Also, I am very interested in the restriction you use to conceal yourself. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Li Yuan. Li Yuan was silent for a moment. He patted his storage pouch and took out a jade slip. He imprinted it with his mind for a long time before handing it over to Wang Lin. Since Senior is interested, Junior will naturally not be stingy. Wang Lin took the jade slip, scanned it with his divine sense, and immediately frowned. At this moment, although Li Yuan had lowered his head, he could acutely see Wang Lin's almost undetectable frown from the corner of his eyes. He could not help but secretly say in his heart, "This person's cultivation is very strange, and he has an extremely deep understanding of restrictions. Otherwise, he would not have been able to see through my restriction technique. However, no matter how much he understands, it is impossible for him to see through my restriction technique." Thinking about the origin of his restriction technique, Li Yuan felt a bit depressed. Wang Lin really couldn't understand the restriction inside the jade. With his understanding of restrictions, when he saw the various spells inside, he felt like he couldn't see through them. This restriction was clearly different from what he had learned, and it was not even a celestial restriction technique. Once someone studied this restriction, 18 giant statues would appear in their mind. When they intertwined with each other, their mind would tremble violently. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense. Although he couldn't see through it, he found a trace of familiarity in this restriction. Wang Lin didn't point it out. He put away the jade and calmly said, "Lead the way." Li Yuan quickly nodded and arrived next to the woman named Ge. He wanted to help her, but the woman waved her sleeve. Li Yuan let out a snort and turned into a ray of sword light that flew off into the distance. Li Yuan didn't mind. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin. Then a light appeared under his feet, and he flew into the sky. Wang Lin casually followed behind him. His eyes lit up as he observed Li Yuan. This person's words are likely to contain both truth and falsehood. At this moment, I am beginning to suspect whether this person had already calculated all of this the first time he saw me. If this is really the case, this Li Yuan's schemes are far too deep. Wang Lin's personality was filled with suspicion. Although Li Yuan looked normal, Wang Lin felt like he was mysterious when he talked to him. If everything this person said is true, then it's fine. But if he's lying and wants to harm me, then I'll have to kill those two first. Wang Lin's eyes opened and closed, and his killing intent was hidden very deeply. The woman named Ge was filled with resentment, but she didn't dare to vent it on Wang Lin. She only felt resentment toward Li Yuan. If there wasn't a problem with Li Yuan's restriction, how could that person be lured here? My celestial soul had just formed and was able to communicate with my origin soul, yet I was captured by that person. Also, if that person wanted the keepsake, why did he only take my soul and not Li Yuan's soul? The more she thought about it, the more resentment she felt toward Li Yuan. Just at this moment, Li Yuan flew next to the woman. He looked ahead and said, "The place in my memory isn't on this continent. You need to go through the thunder area to find it." The woman named Ge let out a cold snort and didn't speak. However, Li Yuan's voice suddenly appeared in her mind. "Miss Ge, I've surrounded my divine sense with a restriction, so that person won't be able to detect what I'm saying. He heard our conversation and knows that my soul is in your family's hands. As long as he controls you, it is the same as controlling the two of us. But don't worry, miss. Li Yuan will find a way to retrieve your soul. Li Yuan's voice was extremely cautious, but it was filled with sincerity and determination. Although the woman named Ge let out a cold snort, her heart calmed down a bit. It was obvious that she agreed with Li Yuan's explanation. Several days later, as the three of them flew, the edge of the continent appeared before their eyes. Bolts of thunder extended into the dark void like chains. At the edge of the continent, Li Yuan stopped and respectfully said, "Senior, this thunder area contains great power. Even some powerful cultivators have to be extremely cautious when passing through the thunder area. Senior, you have to be careful." Standing here, one could feel the majesty and magnificence of the thunder celestial realm. Similarly, only by standing here could one feel how badly the thunder celestial realm had been destroyed. If one looked from above, the edge of the continent would look like an irregular sawtooth. It was as if it had been torn apart by a pair of giant hands. The side of the continent was filled with cracks that extended all the way down. At a glance, one couldn't see the end, only the endless void. It was as if this continent was floating in the void. Standing here, one could hear the endless rumbles of thunder coming from the front. It was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, and when one heard it, they couldn't help but have the illusion that they didn't know where they were. It was as if they were in the middle of the world and were stepping on the void. There were flashes of thunder on the side of the continent. These bolts of thunder seemed to be nailed to the continent and stretched out like chains. Although they extended into the void, Wang Lin could imagine that there must be another continent connected to the other end of the thunder chains. The entire thunder celestial realm was locked by these thunder chains. They were like threads that connected most of the fragments of the thunder celestial realm that had collapsed countless years ago. If one looked down from the highest point in the thunder celestial realm, they would see this scene clearly. There were countless bolts of thunder connecting the gaps between the fragments, allowing the collapsed thunder celestial realm to survive. From the looks of it, it was as if there really was a pair of giant hands that tore the thunder celestial realm into pieces. Wang Lin let out a sigh. It was just like when he saw the giant palm print in the rain celestial realm. These two celestial realms made him wonder what happened in the celestial realm countless years ago to cause it to collapse to this degree. It wasn't that Wang Lin hadn't guessed that it was caused by an ancient god, but there were many differences. After pondering for a bit, Wang Lin gathered his thoughts and looked at Li Yuan and the woman named Ge. "How will the two of you pass this thunder layer?" Li Yuan had been closely observing Wang Lin's expression. When he saw the cracks on the edge and the thunder chains, Wang Lin's eyes went into a trance for a moment. He couldn't help but confirm his speculation. This was the first time this person had come to the thunder celestial realm. After hearing Wang Lin's question, Li Yuan respectfully said, "The key to passing this thunder layer will depend on Lady Ge." The woman named Ge let out a snort and slapped her bag of holding. A black iron sword immediately flew out. This sword looked extremely ordinary, and there was nothing special about it. However, after it appeared, Wang Lin found that there was a hint of uncontrollable excitement in Li Yuan's eyes. However, it quickly disappeared and was hidden. He seemed to casually look at Wang Lin. After he found that Wang Lin hadn't noticed him, he let out a sigh of relief. The woman named Ji's gaze fell on the iron sword. She bit the tip of her tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her right hand circled the sword and formed a rune. A similar rune flashed between her eyebrows. The two shined for a few breaths, as if they were checking each other. Then it landed on the iron sword. The sword trembled, and a circular shield of light spread out from it. Li Yuan suppressed the excitement in his heart and was the first to step forward. He charged into the shield of light and landed on top of the iron sword. The position he was standing on was a bit strange. It was the tip of the sword. His back was facing Wang Lin, and he revealed a hint of reminiscence. The moment Li Yuan's foot landed, Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Li Yuan's feet. His gaze was like lightning and he was moved. The woman named Gu frowned. She took a step forward and landed on the hilt of the sword. Slow work produces fine work. The Thunder Celestial Realm is very important in my mind. I ask everyone to be patient and watch. You will find that it is twice as exciting as the Rain Celestial Realm from back then. I have this confidence. Chapter 745. Wang Lin's gaze fell on Li Yuan's feet. The moment Li Yuan stepped onto the iron sword, Wang Lin suddenly had a strange feeling. It was as if Li Yuan and the iron sword had become one. Wang Lin withdrew his gaze, and his divine sense returned to normal. He stepped forward and stepped into the void. The moment he stepped into the void, it was as if he had passed through some boundary. The rumbling thunder in his ears became several times louder. The woman named Gu on the iron sword let out a cold snort and thought, "This treasure of mine is an inheritance of my family. Although it doesn't have any spells, it is unparalleled in resisting the power of thunder." With a single thought, the iron sword under her feet immediately flew forward, following the chain formed by the lightning. The lightning that shot out seemed to have no effect on the sword at all. The woman named Ji's gaze fell on Li Yuan's back. She frowned slightly. The position he was standing made her feel very uncomfortable. However, this was not the time to talk. The iron sword wasn't fast, but it was very stable as it broke through the thunder and flew forward. The surroundings were filled with the void, and one couldn't see the end. However, any cultivator that came to the Thunder Celestial Realm wouldn't get lost in the void. They only needed to follow the chain formed by the thunder to find the right direction. Shortly after, the iron sword flew into the void. The woman named Gu couldn't spread out her divine sense inside the light curtain, so she couldn't see Wang Lin. Her heart trembled, and she wondered if she had lost that person. The woman named Gu turned around and felt like the thunder outside the light curtain had pierced through and landed on her body. She was stunned, and the terror in her eyes reached its peak. She saw Wang Lin standing behind the iron sword. He was wearing a white robe and was very calm as he stepped on the thunder chain as if it was flat ground. The lightning swam about, affecting his entire body, but it did not affect him in the slightest. Instead, it was extremely comfortable. Even his primordial spirit stretched out, absorbing the lightning. As Wang Lin walked forward, a series of violent lightning bolts appeared behind him. Even from afar, this scene could be clearly seen. It was like a bright lamp in the dark night. Standing on the tip of the sword, Li Yuan's heart was filled with melancholy. As he stood on the tip of the sword, great waves rose up in his heart, and he almost lost control. "Old friend, it's been a long time since we've seen each other." Li Yuan sighed in silence. Gathering his thoughts, he immediately sensed that something was amiss with the woman surnamed Gu. Turning his head, he saw Wang Lin on a lightning chain, and his pupils immediately constricted. He can actually step on the thunder between the Thunder Celestial Realm fragments with his body. Li Yuan's expression sank a bit, but he quickly returned to normal. Wang Lin didn't speak along the way, but the lightning behind him gradually disappeared. After spending more than half a month in the void, the lightning finally disappeared completely. It wasn't until this moment that Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. The thunder wasn't his own will, but because his body and origin soul contained the might of thunder, it was caused by the friction between the thunder on the chain. Wang Lin was extremely displeased with this kind of phenomenon, as it was too obvious. If this continued for too long, it might attract some trouble that wouldn't have appeared before. Now that his body had adapted to the chain, he relaxed. Earlier, I heard those two say that Li Yuan's soul was in the hands of the woman surnamed Ji's family. All of this seemed to be caused by him being saved, but now it seems there are some clues. While flying, Wang Lin was still observing Li Yuan and the woman surnamed Gu. This woman surnamed Ji's iron sword was able to cause Li Yuan's mind to change. I'm afraid being saved by this woman's family was all part of this person's plan. Wang Lin's gaze fell on the iron sword. He carefully looked at it many times, but he still couldn't see what was different about it. However, it was clear that it had a strong resistance to thunder. As they flew deeper into the void, the thunder became even stronger, but the iron sword was still the same. Along the way, none of the three of them talked. Every time the woman surnamed Gu looked at Wang Lin, her eyes would be filled with fear. She was truly afraid of Wang Lin. He had put away the celestial spirit with a wave of his hand and was safe on the thunder. All of this caused her to feel a sense of fear toward Wang Lin. When she thought about how a trace of her soul was in his hands, she became even more afraid. The woman surnamed Gu thought to herself, I don't have a true death grudge with him. We just had some conflicts. Since he is a senior, he shouldn't care about me. As long as I listen to his orders, I can keep my life. As for Li Yuan, he suppressed the shock he felt toward Wang Lin and quietly stood on the tip of the sword. His figure was almost motionless, as if he had been like this for a long time. Time quickly passed, and the three of them flew through the void for nearly 2 months. The Thunder Celestial Realm was simply too big. During these 2 months, they hadn't met a single cultivator. It was as if the three of them were the only ones left in this world. The boring flight caused the woman surnamed Gu to have a bad temper. However, every time she wanted to vent her anger on Li Yuan, who was on the tip of the sword for some reason, when she saw his back, she had an indescribable feeling. It was as if this scene, this back, was somewhat familiar. This familiar feeling made her restrain her temper every time. However, no matter how much she thought about it, she could not recall what this familiar feeling was. I feel like I've seen this scene somewhere before. The woman surnamed Gu spent most of her time thinking about this question. On that day, as they went deeper, the lightning became more intense, and the sound of thunder echoed ceaselessly. The power of the lightning on the chains spread out like lightning dragons, and as they roared, they spread out in all directions. Wang Lin felt discomfort when he stepped on the chains. His eyes lit up, and he became vigilant. What made him uncomfortable wasn't the thunder, but the vibration from the chains. This vibration was obviously coming from ahead, causing the chains to sway, which was why the thunder was spreading out. Even the light around the iron sword was becoming a bit lax, as if it could shatter at any moment. The woman surnamed Gu was a bit alarmed and quickly increased her control over the chains. Li Yuan frowned slightly. As they moved forward, the vibration became even more intense. The thunder seemed to contain a violent aura, and the moment they touched it, there would be a loud rumble. Wang Lin was still frowning, and the caution in his eyes became even stronger. He had a bad feeling, as if there was an extremely terrifying existence ahead. Senior, although Junior has never been to the Thunder Celestial Realm, I heard that the thunder chains connecting 2 fragments wouldn't shake so violently. Also, Senior, look over there. Li Yuan pointed at the void to the left. At the end of the void, there was a faint flash of thunder. Senior, there should also be a thunder chain there. It is very far away from us, but we can still see the flash. I'm afraid it isn't just the chain we are on that is shaking. Even if it isn't the entire chain, it is most of the chains in this area. I fear there is some upheaval going on here. How about we go back? Before I came to the Thunder Celestial Realm, I heard from my family's ancestor that the thunder chain connecting the fragments never shakes, because once it shakes, it will cause the 2 fragments to collapse. The woman named Ji's face was pale. At this moment, she also felt the trembling of the thunder chain. This trembling became more and more frequent and intense. The thunder became even more violent and continued to spread out. It was extremely shocking. Wang Lin had already noticed where Li Yuan was pointing. After pondering a bit, he looked ahead with a gloomy expression and slowly said, "The answer is in front of us. There is no way out now, so let's go take a look and find out." Li Yuan nodded. He was thinking the same thing. They had already walked for so long, so even if they turned back, it would be useless. Although cultivators paid attention to avoiding danger, if there was no way out, they had to bravely move forward. Li Yuan looked at the woman surnamed Gu and explained, "Lady Gu, although the thunder chain shaking is related to us going into the void, it is not the main point. Right now, it is too late to retreat." Wang Lin didn't continue to speak. His body flashed and his speed increased. He directly passed the 2 people on the iron sword and charged forward. Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin's back and thought, He really didn't use his full strength before. This person is not simple. My ability to read people can't be wrong. How can someone who can defeat an illusory cultivator be ordinary? Wang Lin flew past the iron sword. Not long after he flew through the void, his eyes suddenly became serious, and he stopped. He saw a large cloud of celestial spiritual energy slowly spreading out from the chain. At a glance, this cloud of celestial spiritual energy seemed to be endless and completely blocked the path ahead. At this moment, the iron sword also caught up. When Li Yuan saw the fog, he couldn't help but be startled. After taking a closer look, his expression changed, and he said, "This is a restriction." Wang Lin had already recognized that this fog contained a trace of restriction power. At this moment, he slowly said, "Since it is a restriction, do you have the confidence to break it?" Li Yuan frowned and looked at it for a bit. His eyes were filled with shock, and he said, "I'm not confident. There isn't just one restriction, but countless. They are all combined and formed by borrowing the might of the thunder celestial realm. Who has the courage to place this kind of restriction?" His expression was solemn as he slapped his storage pouch, and a compass appeared in his hand. The needle on the compass trembled lightly as it spun ceaselessly. Li Yuan pinched his fingers together and calculated for a moment before the shock in his eyes grew even stronger. Right at this moment, the compass in his hand collapsed with a bang and transformed into dust that dispersed into the surroundings. This is a mid-quality heaven rank restriction. It uses the thunder celestial realm as the foundation and the souls of the spiritual beings as the restriction eyes at the 9,999 solidification points. This is an incomparably large formation that can refine everything in the world. Right at this moment, a wave of laughter resounded from within the mist in the distance, and then an old man strode out with an object in his hand. Surprisingly, it was a lightning chain. You are indeed worthy of being the fated person of the old man. I can even see you here. The old man was about to go find you, but you came by yourself. Very good, very good. Today, I need to recharge and organize my thoughts. Tomorrow is Wednesday, so I'll explode in the middle of the night. Since I promised, I'll definitely do it. I'll give you the votes for tomorrow's explosion in advance. Lend me your power to use the 18 chrysanthemum restrictions. Chrysanthemum explosion. Chrysanthemum explosion. Chapter 746. Wang Lin's expression immediately darkened. His pupils constricted as he stared at the lightning chain in the old man's hand in shock. Even though Wang Lin had a thunder primordial soul and thunder body, he couldn't casually hold the chain in his hand. After all, just the lightning that was emitted from the chain contained a trace of the power of celestial lightning, let alone the entire chain. He couldn't see through the old man's cultivation, but he could imagine that the old man was extremely powerful. In addition, he had a vague feeling that there was a trace of the origin energy on the old man's body. Wang Lin subconsciously took a few steps back. He was extremely unfamiliar with the old man, so the fated person the old man was talking about couldn't be him. Wang Lin's gaze swept across the area and landed on Li Yuan. Li Yuan was also extremely surprised. When he saw Wang Lin's actions, he naturally guessed that Wang Lin didn't know the old man, so it was obvious that the fated person the old man was talking about was him. He carefully looked at the old man and was rather puzzled. He cupped his fists and said respectfully, "The person Senior is talking about is..." The old man stepped forward and walked out of the thick fog. He glared at Li Yuan and pointed at Wang Lin. He said unhappily, "Little fellow, don't play dumb. The fated person the old man was talking about is you. Come here." Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "I have never met Senior before. How can you say that we are fated?" The old man sized up Wang Lin and said with a smile, "Have you forgotten so quickly? Anyone who can walk out of the old man's sealed passage within 7 days is the fated person of the old man." Wang Lin's expression changed instantly. He looked at the old man and was silent for a moment. Then he said slowly, "So was Senior. I just don't know why Senior would do this." The old man's face was filled with impatience. He took a step forward and reached out to grab Wang Lin. He said, "What's with all this nonsense? The old man said that you are the fated one. So you are. Wang Lin's face darkened, and he quickly retreated. He couldn't see through this old man's cultivation, so he couldn't fight him. He could only flee. The old man chuckled and grabbed downwards with his hand. In an instant, the space within a 10-mile radius of the void was enveloped by a storm-like power. The power was too strong and contained an unimaginable amount of yuan power. Wang Lin's face went pale, and he suddenly found himself unable to move. It was as if someone had used some sort of body-fixing magic on him. He could only watch as the old man's hand reached out to grab him. His eyes lit up, and at the moment the old man's hand closed in, he bit the tip of his tongue. He didn't spit out blood, but swallowed it. He borrowed the celestial spiritual energy inside the blood and the spell he learned from the escaping cultivator in the demon spirit land to form an internal cycle with the blood. As the internal cycle rotated, his body loosened a bit when the old man's hand closed in. In a flash, he disappeared and reappeared in the distance. He immediately escaped without looking back. The old man was surprised, and his eyes revealed a look of interest. He smiled and said, "You are indeed worthy of being the fated person of the old man. You actually know this method to injure one's essence to escape." He withdrew his right hand and waved it at the void. He had only used 10% of his strength in that grab just now, but he was serious in this slap, using 20% of his strength. With this slap, the entire space distorted in an instant, as if it was about to be torn apart, and ripples kept appearing. The old man whispered, "Reverse." In the blink of an eye, the entire void trembled as if everything had changed. The direction in which Wang Lin was escaping blurred, and his body retreated uncontrollably. His posture was exactly the same as when he was escaping. In almost an instant, when his vision cleared, he discovered that he was standing 9 meters away from the old man. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. This kind of divine ability was beyond his imagination. The old man looked at Wang Lin and smiled. "Why aren't you running?" Wang Lin pondered a bit before clasping his hands and respectfully saying, "I wonder what Senior's orders are. Junior's cultivation level is insufficient, so I'm afraid I can't meet Senior's requirements." The old man's gaze fell on Wang Lin's bag of holding, and he said, "No problem. You can't help, but the thunder beast in your bag of holding can. Let the old man use it for a while, and then I'll return it to you." Wang Lin let out a sigh. He didn't know how the old man knew he had a thunder beast. He slapped his bag of holding, and the thunder beast immediately flew out. The moment the beast appeared, it didn't even have time to roar before the old man grabbed it and dragged it away. The old man smiled and said, "Very good. It's actually a silver-horned thunder beast. Not bad, not bad. Little fellow, the old man won't just take this thunder beast. All the messengers of the Thunder Celestial Temple will have their thunder beasts belong to the old man for a period of time in the future." The thunder beast finally recovered its senses, but it was trembling in fear. This was the first time it had reacted like this. Seeing that the old man was about to leave, Wang Lin clenched his teeth and loudly said, "With Senior's cultivation level, is taking something that belongs to Junior just like this?" The old man stopped and turned around to look at Wang Lin. He let out a laugh, and his eyes were filled with admiration as he said, "Asking for a reward? Interesting. I can't just use your thunder beast for nothing." He looked at Wang Lin a few times and then said, "Your cultivation is a mess. Thunder origin soul and thunder body, what are these things? The old man will help you." With that, his right hand reached out and a large amount of dust gathered in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a fist-sized ball of light. The old man spat out a mouthful of air and blew it into the ball of light. Without even looking at it, he waved his hand, and the ball of light flew toward Wang Lin. It was so fast that Wang Lin had no time to dodge. The ball of light directly entered his chest. After doing all of this, the old man waved his sleeve and said, "Since you can't break through this place, I'll send you on your way." With a wave of his sleeve, a powerful force swept Wang Lin, Li Yuan, and the woman named Gu away. That iron sword looks a bit familiar. Forget it. The important matter at hand is more important. The old man looked at the thunder beast in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. He smiled and said, "Not bad. This thunder beast should be able to pull the chains after the old man cast a spell on it." The thunder beast carefully looked at the old man. Its heart was pounding, but it didn't dare to make a sound. The old man's body flickered, and he disappeared with the thunder beast. However, almost an instant later, he reappeared. He looked back at where Wang Lin disappeared and muttered, "How much of that breath did I blow? I think it was a bit too much. That little guy should be fine. Whatever, if he didn't die, then he really is the old man's fated person." The old man took a step forward and disappeared. With a wave of the old man's sleeve, Wang Lin's group of 3 pierced through the thick fog ahead. Their ears were filled with whistling wind. This kind of speed could no longer be described as a spell. It was like overturning rivers and overturning seas. Chapter 747. In an instant, Wang Lin's vision blurred and he landed on the ground. Li Yuan's face was pale and he landed 100 feet away from Wang Lin. As for the woman named Go, her face was completely pale. She immediately vomited after landing. This speed was too fast for her body to handle. The moment the ball of light landed, intense pain came from Wang Lin's chest. This pain was like a flood that drowned Wang Lin in an instant. His body trembled. This feeling was like a mortal swallowing a piece of burning charcoal. An unimaginable heat came from his body, as if it was going to burn his entire body. Li Yuan adjusted his breathing, and his eyes lit up as he looked at Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin looked like he was in extreme pain. It was as if there was a ball of fire burning inside his body. The woman named Ji's eyes flickered as she stared at Wang Lin. She could tell that Wang Lin's current state was not good. She struggled a bit in her heart and gently slapped her bag of holding. A black dagger appeared in her hand. The moment the dagger was taken out, it was surrounded by countless Yin souls. This dagger was also an item passed down in her family. It contained a powerful poison that could corrode the body. The Yin souls sealed inside the dagger were also extremely harmful to the origin soul. Li Yuan frowned slightly, but he didn't stop her. If this person was killed like this, it meant that even if he went to that place, he wouldn't be able to reach the final step. The woman named Gu knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If she gave up now, she might not have another chance like this. She clenched her teeth and was about to charge forward. However, at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes suddenly opened. There was no longer lightning in his eyes, but flames. He stared at the woman named Gu and said in a hoarse voice, "This dagger is not bad. Are you going to give it to me?" The woman named Gu was terrified and her eyes were filled with fear. She subconsciously took a few steps back and said with a trembling voice, "Yes, yes." With that, she quickly threw the dagger to the ground. Wang Lin closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he had regained his clarity. His right hand reached out and the dagger flew into his hand. After looking at it, Wang Lin put it into his bag of holding. The ball of light formed by the old man exploded inside Wang Lin's body and brought him great danger. Even now, the feeling of his body being burned was still there. However, what was strange was that this kind of burning was not harmful to his cultivation. Instead, it was very beneficial. As he burned, Wang Lin could even feel his cultivation level slowly increase. He was infinitely close to breaking through to the peak of Ascendant. However, this process was so painful that it almost made him go crazy. Fortunately, Wang Lin's mental fortitude was as solid as a rock after 1,000 years of cultivation. At this moment, he was able to endure the pain, so no one would be able to see anything abnormal on the surface. Wang Lin's expression was neutral, and his voice was no longer hoarse. He calmly asked, "Li Yuan, is the place you speak of on this continent?" Li Yuan's eyes lit up indiscernibly. He lowered his head and respectfully said, "Senior, right now Junior is not sure. I need to go to the center of this continent to observe." Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and nodded slightly. Li Yuan's body moved, and he flew forward. As for the woman named Go, she was extremely afraid of Wang Lin and quickly followed behind Li Yuan. Even so, she could still feel the gaze filled with killing intent from behind her. Wang Lin casually followed behind. The reason he didn't kill the woman named Go was because she was the key to Li Yuan's plan. The reason this woman was able to come to the Thunder Celestial Realm was most likely due to Li Yuan. According to his previous speculation, if Li Yuan's goal was the Iron Sword, he could have easily obtained it from the woman in the Thunder Celestial Realm. However, he didn't do so there must be a reason behind this. Wang Lin remained calm as he followed while enduring the intense pain in his body. Wang Lin felt very complicated toward that old man. On one hand, he was grateful to that old man for giving him this opportunity. After all, his cultivation was slowly increasing in pain, but on the other hand, he hated that old man to the bone. That old man wanted the Thunder Beast to trick him twice. After letting out a sigh, Wang Lin focused his mind and suppressed the pain in his body. He could feel that after the ball of light entered his body was undergoing some kind of change. This change seemed like it was going to reverse the state of his thunder body and form a real body of flesh and blood. Wang Lin didn't know how long this process would last, but he had a feeling that once the reversal of his body was complete and the pain was gone, his cultivation would break through to the first step. Wang Lin's cultivation had already reached completion, and even his domain had changed to the Karma realm. However, he was still stuck at completion and had no clue how to make a breakthrough. At this moment, he took a deep breath and no longer suppressed the pain. Instead, he let the pain erupt completely so that his cultivation could increase even faster. At this moment, if one looked from afar, they would vaguely see flames burning on Wang Lin's body. If one got closer, they would hear soft popping sounds coming from his body. It was as if he was burning impurities. As Li Yuan flew forward, he didn't look back. However, there was a restriction light flashing between his eyebrows. Through the restriction, he could perform many spells that required divine sense. He could clearly see the state of Wang Lin's body. After pondering for a bit, he collected his divine sense and thought that the higher Wang Lin's cultivation was, the smoother this trip would be. However, he couldn't let Wang Lin reach the illusory Yin realm. Otherwise, there might be some changes to this trip. It seems like I can't hesitate, Li Yuan thought to himself. 1 month later, at the center of the fragment, Li Yuan carefully examined it for a while as if he was comparing it to the image in his mind. After a long time, he nodded and said, "After looking at 2 fragments, I can roughly determine the location of the restriction. However, it is not here, but in the east." Li Yuan turned to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was the same as usual as he calmly said, "Just lead the way." After determining the location, the rest of the journey naturally sped up. Li Yuan didn't waste any time and sped up. He flew through the eastern edge of the fragment and once again entered the void of the thunder chains. The woman named Gu was helpless and could only follow. 3 months later, they had passed through 4 fragments. On this day, Li Yuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at a towering mountain in front of him. There was a trace of hidden excitement in his eyes. "This is the place." He wrote it and posted it. The chapter was 2,000 words. The total number of words today was not fake. If he said it was 9,000, then it was 9,000. Chapter 748. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he looked at the mountain. This mountain was too high. He couldn't see the end of it at a glance. It was as if there was another world within the dark clouds. Bursts of silver, dragon-like lightning flashed from the dark clouds and moved along the mountain. There were also muffled rumbles of thunder echoing. Looking at the mountain, Wang Lin felt an ancient aura coming from the mountain. This was the soul of the mountain. The woman surnamed Gu stared blankly at the mountain peak. A strange light appeared in her eyes. Her body trembled, and she subconsciously looked at Li Yuan. At that moment, Li Yuan's back was facing the woman, causing his back to be clearly seen by the woman surnamed Gu. Looking at the mountain and then looking at Li Yuan's back, all kinds of familiar feelings surged forth and erupted in an instant. The woman named Ji's eyes were filled with fear. Her gaze was several times more intense than when she looked at Wang Lin. She remembered now. It was at this point that Li Yuan turned and gave the young woman a profound look, causing her to choke on the words she was about to say. She lowered her head silently for a moment, then looked back up. Her eyes were calm, as if she had finally understood everything. Li Yuan looked at the mountain and slowly said, "This mountain is nameless. There are many restrictions inside. The Thunder Celestial Realm has opened many times, but look at the restrictions on this mountain. How many people have broken all of them?" The woman named Fu silently pondered as she calmly looked at the mountain. She was very familiar with this mountain, but also very unfamiliar. Wang Lin calmly said, "Let's go." Li Yuan nodded and walked forward. He closed in on the mountain step by step. At the foot of the mountain, the sound of thunder was even more intense, and one could clearly see the scattered lightning. Li Yuan's steps were firm as he stepped on the mountain. There was no road on this mountain, but it was obvious that the Thunder Celestial Realm had opened many times and this mountain had been explored many times. As the restrictions outside were broken, a path naturally appeared. The girl surnamed Gu followed behind Li Yuan, her waist swaying slightly. She pursed her lips and looked at Li Yuan's back in a daze. She silently thought in her heart, "Actually, I should have seen it long ago. This back is so similar to the one in my family." So, that is not a legend, a bitter expression appeared on the woman's face. She now understood why Li Yuan would appear within the clan. All of this was because he had intentionally come into contact with her. She also realized that if it wasn't for the fact that Li Yuan had used some unknown method, her family wouldn't have allowed her to come to the Thunder Celestial Realm. When they parted, the patriarch's complicated gaze appeared in the young woman's heart. Back then, she had felt that the gaze was strange, but she hadn't asked about it. But now that she thought about it, she understood. The family ancestor knew all of this. Otherwise, why would no one else have come to the Thunder Celestial Realm tens of thousands of years ago? It was as if the Thunder Celestial Realm was a forbidden area for the Gu family. However, all of this changed because of Li Yuan's arrival. She became the second member of the family to enter the Thunder Celestial Realm after tens of thousands of years, and the only one accompanying her was Li Yuan. So, the patriarch let me enter the Thunder Celestial Realm to atone for my sins. That's why the patriarch gave me the family's inheritance treasure. The woman surnamed Gu let out a bitter smile. This Li Yuan promised me to help me take back that sliver of soul. Presumably, if the soul isn't complete, it can't be sacrificed. At this moment, the woman surnamed Ji's mind was clear, as if she had seen through everything. The various changes in her expression naturally couldn't escape Wang Lin's eyes. Wang Lin clearly noticed that ever since she saw the mountain, her mind had changed greatly and her thoughts continued to run wild. His gaze moved past the woman and landed on Li Yuan's back. His expression was calm, but he revealed a sneer. At this moment, Wang Lin was certain that Li Yuan had already noticed him. Even that restriction was to lure him out. It could even be said that everything that had happened before was part of Li Yuan's plan. Although there were still some things that Wang Lin wasn't completely clear about, that didn't prevent him from seeing through everything. There was a flash of killing intent in Wang Lin's eyes. He would never be lenient to people who schemed against him, but he had other plans. At this moment, killing intent spread out from his body like a sharp sword. Just at this moment, Li Yuan also stopped. He didn't turn around and instead said, "Brother Su, I'm not as unbearable as you think I am. Meeting you was part of my plan, but it was also part of this opportunity." His way of addressing Wang Lin had unknowingly changed. There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he calmly said, "What exactly is in the depths of this mountain?" Li Yuan was silent for a moment. After a while, he looked at the clouds that extended into the distance. His eyes were filled with melancholy, and he softly said, "My master is here." Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, Li Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lin. The current him was completely different from before, as if he was a completely different person. He softly said, "Brother Su, with your cultivation, without my permission, you won't be able to leave this mountain." Wang Lin's expression was calm. He lightly said, "I know a thing or two about the 18-plum restriction." The moment he said this, Li Yuan was startled. This wasn't an act. He was truly startled, as if this was the first time he had met Wang Lin. Li Yuan frowned and said, "Although not many people know about the 18-plum restriction, It's not like there aren't any. It's not surprising that Brother Wang knows about it. Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and faintly smiled. You really are using the 18 plum restriction. The shadow behind him flickered and the celestial guard appeared. The moment the celestial guard appeared, it threw a punch at the void behind it. This punch caused the entire mountain to tremble and a vortex appear behind it. The vortex led to the outside world. The celestial guard withdrew its fist and returned to the shadow behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin's body didn't move. He calmly looked at Li Yuan and slowly said, "This place can't trap me." Li Yuan's expression suddenly became gloomy. He looked at Wang Lin, and after a long time, he slowly said, "I underestimated you. However, even if you have this puppet," Wang Lin revealed a sneer and his right hand pointed forward. The only strand of Ling Tianho's sword energy immediately flew out. After his cultivation reached the peak of the ascendant stage, his control over this sword energy had reached the finest detail. At this moment, the sword energy spread out and shrouded the entire mountain. This sword energy was too fast. It arrived before Li Yuan in the blink of an eye. It was like a real sword, and the tip of the sword stopped between Li Yuan's eyebrows. What about this? Wang Lin's voice was cold. Li Yuan closed his eyes. A moment later, he opened them and slowly said, "Brother Su must feel that the reward is not enough. Please speak clearly." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light. This Li Yuan was very cunning and had seen through Wang Lin's thoughts. It was just as Li Yuan said. The reason why Wang Lin was willing to take out Ling Tianho's sword energy was to wait for this sentence. Chapter 749. I want your 18 plum blossom restriction, Wang Lin calmly said, but the meaning behind his words was like a whale swallowing. As for the 18 plum blossom restriction, Wang Lin only knew that it was very famous in the ancient cultivation world. However, it was very specific to the direct descendants, so outsiders couldn't learn it. Even direct descendants could only learn up to 9 of them, depending on their status. Only the sect master could learn the complete 18 plum blossom restrictions. It was said that this restriction had long been lost, and later generations of restriction masters sighed with regret. Back in the demon spirit land, this was the first time Wang Lin had seen the true 18 plum blossom restriction. When he saw Li Yuan's restrictions split into 18, he was a bit suspicious. What made him even more suspicious was that when he looked at the jade with the aura concealing restriction, 18 statues appeared in his mind. These 18 statues were very different from the plum blossoms. At that time, Wang Lin was confused, but after carefully pondering it, he was able to see some clues. Although his words were calm and certain, they were actually a test. If Li Yuan denied it, then he would lose interest. Attacking or leaving would only take a thought. This was the main reason why Wang Lin had followed Li Yuan this entire time. If it was just for that illusory origin tool, then with his personality, he wouldn't have done this. However, this Li Yuan was too mysterious, so Wang Lin wasn't sure if this person was really only at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. That was why he hadn't attacked along the way. Now that they had arrived at their destination and were about to head up the mountain, Wang Lin finally made his move. Li Yuan pondered a bit. After a while, he faintly smiled and said, "A mere 18 plum blossom restriction. Since Brother Su likes it, then I'll give it to him." He slapped his bag of holding and took out a jade. He placed it between his eyebrows for a moment and then threw it at Wang Lin. This contains the sure sand plum blossom restriction. As for the remaining 5 restrictions, I'll deliver them to you once we enter the mountain. Wang Lin caught the jade and scanned it with his divine sense. Although his expression was normal, his heart was pounding. There was no Chan inside, only the sure sand statue. Below the sure sand statue was the sure sand plum blossom. They were very intricate and contained some kind of law. From beginning to end, the woman named Gu remained silent, as if none of this had anything to do with her. She silently looked at the mountain before her and was in a trance. "Brother Su, I'm not only good at the 18 plum blossom restriction. Have you heard of the 4 great restrictions?" Li Yuan turned and walked toward the mountain. It was as if he wasn't afraid that Wang Lin would take the jade and leave. After putting away the jade, Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he walked toward the mountain. Rumor has it that when the heavens and earth were first formed, rules appeared. After a long period of time, they separated into one, and it was called the restriction. Or perhaps it was a formation. The names were different, but the general idea was the same. The 4 grades of heaven, earth, profound, and yellow have always been the classification of restrictions. Li Yuan did not look back. He walked slowly towards the top of the mountain. The woman surnamed Gu followed behind him with a dazed expression. However, there's another level above heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow. The people of my generation call it the void. The 4 great forbidden techniques were the 4 great void techniques. This mountain was set up by one of the 4 great forbidden techniques, the annihilation restriction. For countless years, no one has been able to reach the peak of this mountain because there is no end to this mountain. Li Yuan's voice was slowly transmitted into Wang Lin's ears. Brother Su, you must be wondering how I know all of this. Li Yuan took a step forward and stepped over a protruding rock. He formed a seal with his right hand and casually pressed it into the void. That one push caused the entire mountain to tremble. Massive rumbling sounds echoed out as the huge mountain actually shrank by less than half its original size. Although he still couldn't see the top of the mountain, he could clearly feel that it was much lower than before. So what if he can reach the top of this mountain? Without the correct method to break through the restriction, even if you search the entire mountain, you won't be able to see through the clouds. Li Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lin with a smile that wasn't a smile. Brother Su, do you have any questions? Wang Lin looked at Li Yuan and calmly said, You are very noisy. Li Yuan frowned. Then he faintly smiled, turned around, and continued upwards. However, he didn't say anything else. Instead, his eyes were filled with reminiscence as he slowly walked forward. It was as if every blade of grass and tree on this mountain was extremely familiar to him. When he reached the middle of the mountain, Li Yuan's right hand formed a seal again. This time, the seal was a bit more complicated. He pushed it into the void, and suddenly, the mountain rumbled again. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as the mountain shrank again. He could faintly see the top of the mountain. Just as Li Yuan used the restriction, a weak voice echoed in Wang Lin's ears. Senior, save me. This person is crazy. The voice came from the woman named Gu. However, before she could finish speaking, Li Yuan turned around and looked at her coldly, causing her to stop speaking. Go Hong, if you want to say something, just say it. Don't use your divine sense. Li Yuan's cold gaze revealed a hint of mockery. After he stepped onto the mountain, his entire person had become very different from before. Go Hong fell silent. After a moment, she clenched her teeth and took a few steps back. She arrived beside Wang Lin, as if this was the only way she would feel safe. I know who you are. It wasn't a coincidence that you came to our Gu family. You have a purpose. Go Hong shrieked. She didn't want to die. Even though she already knew the answer, she still had to fight for her life. Li Yuan smiled and nodded. That's right. Go Hong's face was pale, and she shouted. Why me? The one who took your master's item wasn't me. It was the Gu family's ancestor. Li Yuan's eyes became cold, and he smiled. Because you're a direct descendant of that thief. In the entire Gu family, you were his only direct descendant. Go Hong's eyes were filled with fear. She took out a bag of holding and screamed, I'll give them all to you. There's the scroll, the iron sword, and the compass. I'll give them all to you. Please let me go. I beg you, let me go. Li Yuan received the bag of holding, and a complicated expression appeared in his eyes. He gently patted the bag, and 3 items flew out. One was the iron sword, the other was an ancient compass, and the last was the scroll. Li Yuan picked up the scroll and spread it out. He stared at the scroll with melancholy in his eyes. The painting depicted a mountain. The mountain was very tall, and more than half of it was covered in clouds. At the foot of the mountain was a flying sword that soared into the sky. On the hilt of the sword stood a man. This person was only a shadow and was a bit blurry. On the tip of the sword stood another person. This person's back was very similar to Li Yuan's. Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he looked at Li Yuan. He had a guess in his heart. From the scroll, It was obvious that it was painted before the celestial realm collapsed. If this was true, then could this Li Yuan be an immortal? Wang Lin gasped, but he didn't think so. Li Yuan sighed and put away the scroll. He carefully placed it in his bag of holding and put away the treasure sword and compass. He looked at Ge Hong and calmly said, "Let's go." As he spoke, he turned around and continued to walk toward the top of the mountain. Ge Hong's face was pale. She clenched her teeth and didn't go up. Instead, she rushed down the mountain and quickly left. Wang Lin's expression was normal as he walked forward. As for Li Yuan, he didn't seem to care about Ge Hong leaving. He didn't look back and didn't stop walking. Brother Su must have a lot of questions. Mo1, when we reach the top of the mountain, I will tell you. Right now, even I'm a bit confused. Li Yuan's voice was strange. Wang Lin didn't say anything. He and Li Yuan walked toward the top of the mountain one after the other. Along the way, all the restrictions were broken with a wave of Li Yuan's right hand. There were even a few times when he used more and more complicated restrictions, causing the mountain to shrink. Every time the mountain shrank, the top of the mountain would appear in their eyes. Finally, as the mountain shrank, the top of the mountain could be seen. At the top of the mountain was a huge stone statue. This stone statue was of a middle-aged man. Beside him was a flying sword, and there was also a person standing on the tip of the sword. When he saw the stone statue, Li Yuan's expression was a bit excited. He unconsciously increased his speed, and with a flash, he rushed toward the top of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the top. He stood under the stone statue that was more than 100 feet tall, and his eyes were filled with sorrow. Wang Lin also arrived at the top of the mountain. He looked at the stone statue and felt that it was natural. It emanated a majestic aura, and there was even a hint of the aura of restrictions coming from it. The right hand of the stone statue seemed to be forming a simple seal, but if one looked closely, they would see that it was extremely complicated. When Wang Lin's gaze fell on the seal, his heart trembled. It was as if he was being attracted by a strange power that wanted to leave his body. In his ears, he could vaguely hear the whistling of countless swords. Everything in front of him was dark. Looking around, he saw countless celestials surrounded by celestial chi. They were holding all kinds of magical treasures and rushing into the sky to fight against the heavens. These immortals' bodies were flashing with thunder. Often, when they raised their hands, there would be terrifying thunder magic powers rising from the ground and directly rushing into the sky. However, there was nothing in the sky. There was not a single enemy the immortals were fighting. However, one by one, the immortals exploded and died. This strange scene caused Wang Lin's mind to tremble. Just at this moment, a ray of sword energy flew out from among the celestials. It was a sword covered in purple lightning, and there was a person standing on the hilt of the sword. This person was the person who carved the statue. There was also a person standing on the tip of the sword, but his appearance was completely different from Li Yuan's. The moment the sword appeared, all the immortals scattered. The sword energy was so powerful that it caused Wang Lin's mind to go into a trance just by looking at it. The sword energy shot into the sky. For a moment, he seemed to hear a calm cry in this silent illusion. "Even if I die, my soul will not be extinguished." The moment the voice rang out, the body of the man standing on the hilt of the sword trembled and collapsed. Only the servant standing on the tip of the sword stared blankly at the empty hilt. An extreme sadness appeared in the servant's eyes. It was as if the master standing on the hilt of the sword had always been the sky in his heart. But now, the sky had collapsed, and there was no longer a shadow on the hilt of the sword. It was empty. In this world, there was only him and the sword left. From now on, there would only be nothingness on the hilt of the sword. With the intent to die, he looked up at the sky and stepped on the tip of the sword. He followed his master's footsteps and charged into the sky. When a master dies, the servant follows. All 9,000 words uploaded, begging for monthly votes. Chapter 750. The person standing on the tip of the sword flew into the sky. As he charged forward, it was as if there was a gentle wind blowing by. His body trembled and collapsed into pieces that fell to the ground. The sword, flashing with purple lightning, seemed to let out a mournful wail as it fell from the sky and pierced the top of the mountain on the ground. Without a sound, ripples appeared on the top of the mountain, and a large amount of mountain rocks shattered and fell around the lightning sword. In the blink of an eye, the sword turned into a stone statue. Beside it, the statue of its owner was also formed by the shattered rocks, and it looked natural. On the tip of the stone sword sculpture, the figure of the servant slowly took shape as the pieces of rock gathered together. However, this group of stone statues was very rough. As time passed, they became more and more clear, as if they had gained intelligence. The handprint of the stone statue occupied Wang Lin's mind. This handprint gave off many colors in his eyes. It was as if the stone statue before him was alive, and the stone eyes seemed to gain intelligence. Future generation member with my bloodline, open the Tao restriction and let me awaken. If your power is not enough, then remember this for all your generations. The imprint that occupied Wang Lin's mind seemed to take root the moment these words entered his mind. It wanted to imprint itself on his body. Luckily, the pain in Wang Lin's body stimulated his body, causing his body to tremble. He immediately retreated a few steps and closed his eyes to slowly awaken from that strange state. At the same time, the power that burned his body circulated through his body and dispelled the imprint in his mind. The moment he awakened, Wang Lin opened his eyes, and they were filled with terror. He sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated a few more steps. This stone statue was too strange, and with Wang Lin's 1,000 years of cultivation, he was able to guess some things after pondering a bit. The imprint on the stone statue was clearly a celestial spell. This celestial spell seemed to be a kind of inheritance, but what it inherited was not power, but a slave imprint that would last for generations. However, all spells in the world could not escape the baptism of time. This celestial spell might have been very powerful in the past, but as time passed, it became weaker and weaker. Even so, if it wasn't for the fact that Wang Lin's body was burning, it would have been very difficult for him to awaken completely. However, he was a bit confused. When the imprint in his mind collapsed, the power from burning his body only pushed it forward. What caused it to collapse seemed to be the imprint itself. Li Yuan stared at the stone statue and softly said, "Did you feel it? Brother Su, don't worry. The imprint will not turn you into a slave. It will dissipate on its own, because he already has a slave. My ancestor came here a long time ago and used restrictions to break open the mountain and arrived at the top. From then on, he became the slave of this celestial, and the descendants of my ancestor will have the imprint in their minds." Li Yuan looked at the stone statue and seemed to be muttering to himself, but at the same time, it seemed like he was talking to Wang Lin. "This celestial statue can't be broken," Li Yuan said softly as he raised his right hand and pressed it against the stone statue. The celestial spiritual energy in his body surged out, and cracks immediately appeared on the statue. The cracks crawled all over the statue like ferocious centipedes. In an instant, the stone statue collapsed into countless tiny pieces. However, the moment it collapsed, the broken pieces gathered together and returned to normal at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Brother Su, did you see?" Li Yuan turned around and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was serious, and he nodded. Li Yuan let out a bitter sigh and slowly said, "A long time ago, my family became famous in the Luo Tian star system with the annihilation restriction. We were one of the 6 great ancient families in the Luo Tian star system. My family members cultivated the Tao of restrictions, and in every generation, there were people who broke through the first step and reached the second step. At that time, the Li family was like the sky. However, ever since my clan's ancestor entered the Thunder Celestial Realm for the first time, no one has been able to break through the first step. The peak of the ascendant stage is the limit. It is as if all the potential of the members of the family is sucked away the moment they are born. In addition, even their lifespan is lost. Among those at the same cultivation level, my Li family only has 30% of the lifespan of others. All of this is because of the slave imprint. Li Yuan suddenly turned around and stared at the statue. His eyes were filled with monstrous hatred, but in an instant, this hatred was washed away by a sense of melancholy. Li Yuan's expression changed, and he revealed a struggling expression. Wang Lin's eyes were calm as he stood on the side and silently pondered. Shortly after, Li Yuan's body was drenched in sweat as if he had been drenched in rain. He looked like he had suddenly aged a lot. His hands formed a seal, and he placed seals between his eyebrows. Each seal was formed by countless restrictions. As the seals collided, his eyes slowly regained clarity. Li Yuan let out a mouthful of foul air and bitterly said, "Brother Su, if my emotions fluctuate too much, I won't be able to control the slave imprint." Over the countless years, it was because of this slave imprint that my Li family gradually declined. My family members died one by one, my cultivation stagnated at the first step, and I slowly lost the dignity of the past. It wasn't until tens of thousands of years ago that a peerless genius appeared in my Li family. He originally had talent that surpassed all the ancestors of the Li family, and he had a terrifying understanding of restrictions. If it was another era before the slave imprint was placed on every generation of my Li family, he would have become the strongest person in my Li family. Although this ancestor was only at the peak of the ascendant stage, his mastery of restrictions made it so that even second-step cultivators weren't willing to easily provoke him. In order to break the slave imprint on my Li family, he left the Luo Tian star system during his limited lifespan. He traveled the world to seek out restriction experts to find a way to break the slave imprint. In the Alliance star system, he used restrictions to exchange for a scroll from a powerful cultivator. In the Wind Celestial Realms Cloud Dust star system, he used my family's savings to exchange for a compass. Before his lifespan was about to end, he returned to the Luo Tian star system and returned to the Li family. Half of the remaining Li family members gave up their lives and used their souls to imitate the celestial sword to refine an iron sword. He used the iron sword to gather the souls, the compass to form the imprint, and finally the scroll to seal it. When that ancestor's life was about to end, the Thunder Celestial Realm opened. He took these 3 treasures and all of my Li family's hopes and confidence to the Thunder Celestial Realm. Unfortunately, from then on, there was no news of our ancestor. My Li clan fell into despair, and from then on, our clan members died one by one. That slave imprint was like a curse that reincarnated every generation. My Li clan could never escape it. Now, including me, there are only 3 people left in my Li clan. Li Yuan's voice was filled with sadness. At this point, his tone suddenly changed, and he gloomily said, "All of this happened until 1,000 years ago. On a chance, my father saw an iron sword on a remote cultivation planet. If it was something else, it wouldn't matter. After all, it had been too long and we hadn't personally seen it, so we couldn't tell if it was the ancestor's item. However, this iron sword was refined by the souls of half of my family members. With one glance, my father felt the resentment and anger from the souls of my family members. Li Yuan's right hand reached at the void, and a restriction light flashed like a vortex. The terrified figure of the woman named Gu appeared inside the vortex. In her terror, her body was uncontrollably pulled out of the whirlpool and thrown under a stone statue. The family that owns the iron sword is named Gu. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with viciousness and hatred. If it was in the past, when my Li family was at its peak, a cultivation family like the Gu family could be destroyed with a flick of my finger. However, now my Li family's highest cultivation level is only at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant. Even with restrictions, we can't win against a cultivation family like the Gu family that has 2 second-step cultivators. A few years ago, I went out in disguise and entered the Gu family. I investigated everything. Li Yuan bitterly looked up at the sky. The people of the Gu family already knew my identity. However, they didn't say a word about what happened back then. They only brought Gu Hong and the 3 treasures to the Thunder Celestial Realm with me. Even if they didn't say anything with my intelligence, I can guess what happened back then. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with viciousness as he stared at Gu Hong and slowly said, "Today, I, Li Yuan, have come to complete my ancestors' last wish. However, before that, I must use your blood to redeem my Li family's tens of thousands of years of despair." As Li Yuan spoke to this point, his right hand made a grasping motion, instantly grabbing Gu Hong and sucking her into his hand. He grabbed the top of Gu Hong's head, causing her eyes to be filled with despair. She wanted to say something, but in the end, she didn't. Wang Lin frowned slightly and slowly said, "Fellow cultivator Li, the matter between your Li family and the Gu family has nothing to do with me. Why did you bring me here?" Li Yuan turned around, looked at Wang Lin, and calmly said, "I saw Brother Su's battle with that illusory cultivator with my restriction technique. One of Brother Su's spells is very useful to me. Brother Su can rest assured, I won't ask for your help for no reason. After this matter is over, I'll give you the complete 18 plum blossom restriction and my Li family's direct inheritance, the annihilation restriction. Now, Brother Su, please don't be impatient. I need to sacrifice my clan's soul first." Li Yuan's eyes were filled with hatred. The celestial spiritual energy in his body surged out like a violent dragon and entered the woman named Ji's body. The woman's face was filled with pain, but her eyes were extremely bright at this moment. She struggled to turn her head to look at the stone statue. After just one glance, she suddenly understood. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she didn't have the chance to. Her body exploded into a blood mist that covered the top of the mountain and the statue. Even her origin soul was absorbed by the statue, and her soul dissipated within the blood mist. Li Yuan was silent. He lowered his head to look at his palm, and a confused expression appeared on his face. After a long time, he let out a long sigh. His voice was filled with the vicissitudes of life as he softly said, "Ancestor, I, Li Yuan, will continue your unfinished business." Chapter 751. The mountain wind blew by and blew away the blood mist. Wang Lin calmly looked at the scene before him. This matter had nothing to do with him, so he naturally wouldn't help. Moreover, even if he didn't exist, this woman named Ji's fate was already decided the moment Li Yuan entered the Thunder Celestial Realm. This Li Yuan is too scheming. If what he said is true, then the degree of forbearance he's shown towards this good girl can be said to be terrifying. Only after arriving at the mountain did this person reveal everything. The reason for that was because the entire mountain was filled with restrictions. Most likely, those restrictions were closely related to this person's ancestor. However, I can't be sure if what he said is true. Wang Lin calmly looked at Li Yuan. His calm expression made it impossible to tell if he was happy or angry. However, the eyes of that woman named Gu before she died were a bit strange. Why did she turn around to look at the stone statue before she died? Li Yuan took a deep breath, turned around, clasped his hands at Wang Lin, and calmly said, "Brother Su, my restriction skills can't compare to my ancestors, so I need Brother Su's help. What I need is your spell to stop the illusory cultivator from leaving." Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but his heart trembled. Through these words, he could determine that Li Yuan had indeed seen his battle with the illusory cultivator and had seen him use the stop spell. Brother Su's divine ability is something I have never seen before in my life. It is so powerful that it can be said to be peerless. Everything in the world will be frozen for eternity in that instant. With Brother Su's help, I am confident that I will be able to completely shatter this stone statue and allow my Li family to regain our freedom. Similarly, I will repay you with the annihilation restriction and the 18 plum restriction. Wang Lin calmly looked at Li Yuan. If this matter was really as simple as Li Yuan said, then there was no harm in helping. Ignoring the annihilation restriction, just the 18 plum restriction alone would increase the power of his restrictions, and there would be some similarities in his spells. While pondering, Wang Lin looked at the stone statue. He didn't look at the palm print, but withdrew his hand. His mind trembled, and he vaguely noticed something. The celestial statue, seemed to look similar to the woman named Ge. Brother Su, my cultivation is not as good as yours. Even with the restriction, I can't resist your sword energy. What other doubts do you have? Forget it. In order to show my sincerity, I'll give you the rest of the 18-plum restriction. Once I break this seal, I'll give Brother Su the annihilation restriction. Li Yuan's voice was sincere as he looked at Wang Lin. It was impossible to see any expression on Wang Lin's face. He simply nodded. Without hesitation, Li Yuan pulled out a jade slip and began to inscribe something. Then he tossed it to Wang Lin. Inside was none other than the remaining restrictive stone statues. After examining the jade slip, Wang Lin put it away into his bag of holding and then slowly said, "I can help you." Although he said that, inwardly, Wang Lin was even more cautious. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something fishy going on. That was especially true of Li Yuan. Although he had already explained everything, Wang Lin still had the feeling that there was a layer of mystery surrounding him. Let's see what this Li Yuan is planning, thought Wang Lin with a cold snort. Li Yuan's face lit up with joy. He took a deep breath and then slapped his bag of holding. The iron sword flew out, and he grabbed the hilt with his right hand. With his left hand, he gently sliced the edge of the sword. Immediately, fresh blood flowed down the blade of the sword, emitting a demonic red glow. Li Yuan muttered something, but it was impossible to hear it clearly. As he continued to mutter, a powerful resentment aura came out from the blood mark on the iron sword. This resentment aura wasn't just one strand, but a combination of many strands. A red flame suddenly appeared from the iron sword like a flash of fire. Within the red flame, strands of resentment aura turned into illusionary human faces that continued to change. There was a similar mark between the eyebrows of each human face. As the faces moved, it was a very strange scene. Just at this moment, Li Yuan bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood entered the red flame and was immediately absorbed, causing the red flame to swell. There were even bursts of howls coming from the red flame. The howls filled the area, making the mountain look like a ghost realm from the underworld. Li Yuan's face was covered by the red light, and at this moment, he looked even more ferocious. He slapped his bag of holding, and the compass immediately flew out. The moment the compass appeared, Li Yuan threw it into the red flame. Within the red flames, the needle on the compass spun rapidly. Each time it spun, a ripple would spread out from it. The ripple spread out from the red flames, causing the flames to spread at a visible rate. In the blink of an eye, the red flame on the iron sword reached several dozen feet tall. It was as if it was going to rise into the sky, and it gave off a bright red glow. The red flame violently trembled, and then the compass inside shattered. The moment it shattered, the red flame became even more intense. Next was the iron sword. The iron sword also collapsed and turned into molten iron that was absorbed by the red flame. The red flame instantly swelled up. This time, it reached a height of more than 100 feet. It flew into the air and pounced on the stone statue. In an instant, the red flame surrounded the stone statue. Even the sword and the servant at the tip of the sword were surrounded by the red flame. It was as if the statue was being refined. The resentment within the red flames drilled madly into the statue. Gradually, cracks began to appear on the surface of the statue. More and more cracks appeared, and it looked as if it were on the verge of collapsing. Li Yuan's eyes shone brightly. He slapped his bag of holding, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. He threw it forward, and rays of white light flew out from the jade screen. They merged into the red flames and drilled into the cracks on the stone statue. More and more cracks appeared on the stone statue, and crackling sounds echoed. As the resentment and white light entered the statue, it was as if some kind of aura was awakening. Just at this moment, Li Yuan took a deep breath and took out the last treasure from his bag of holding, the scroll painting. With one throw, the scroll painting unfurled. The moment the scroll painting appeared, the stone statue, surrounded by the red flame, trembled even more violently. The feeling of awakening became stronger and stronger. Li Yuan shouted, "Brother Su, use your spell." Let me use the scroll painting to seal the immortal soul of this celestial statue. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he sneered. Not only did he not use the stop spell, he quickly retreated. He seemed to have vaguely understood the true cause and effect of this matter. Wang Lin's retreat caused Li Yuan to suddenly turn around and stare at Wang Lin. His face revealed a ferocious expression and he shouted, "Fellow cultivator Su, what are you waiting for?" At this moment, there were even more cracks on the stone statue, and it even showed signs of collapsing. The aura of awakening became even stronger. Most of the resentment in the red flames had been absorbed by the stone statue, and even the white light from the jade bottle had completely disappeared, completely fusing with the stone statue. The resentment and the white glow were like nutrients, giving the stone statue the power to break free. However, there was also a seal preventing it from breaking free, and it wanted to collapse together with it. Wang Lin retreated even faster. In an instant, he retreated more than 1,000 feet. Li Yuan's eyes became cold as he charged forward, and his cultivation erupted like crazy. Although he was still at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, there was a trace of terrifying aura within his aura. His charge was like teleportation as he caught up to Wang Lin and shouted, "Fellow cultivator Su, why are you retreating?" Fellow cultivator Li's story is very beautiful, but I'm afraid your goal isn't to break the seal on the Li family, but to revive this celestial statue. As Wang Lin retreated, the shadow behind him flickered. The celestial guard puppet stepped out and threw a punch at Li Yuan. When that punch was thrown, a thunderous rumble reverberated in the air. Its momentum was shocking. Li Yuan sneered, and disdain appeared in his eyes. His hands formed a seal, and a black line appeared before him. That line instantly extended and formed a triangle before him. At the instant the celestial guard's punch closed in, the black triangle shone with a demonic light and landed before the celestial guard's fist. In an instant, the triangular pattern became larger like crazy and collided with the celestial guard's fist. Like a soft thread, it spread along the celestial guard's fist. In the blink of an eye, it covered the celestial guard's entire body. At this moment, the celestial guard seemed to be shrouded by the triangular pattern and gave off bursts of black light. No matter how much the celestial guard struggled, it was useless. A mere low-rank celestial guard dares to be arrogant before me. Li Yuan sneered, and his words were shocking. However, Wang Lin's expression remained the same, and he calmly said, "What you said before was indeed false." Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "I don't want to attack you. Be a good boy and come back with me. Use the stop spell you inherited from the Rain Celestial Realm. After this is done, I won't forget what I promised you." Wang Lin faintly smiled and shook his head. "You even dared to kill Master's descendant. How can I believe your promise?" After he finished speaking, Wang Lin immediately teleported away from this place. Li Yuan's eyes shined brightly. He took a step forward and slowly said, "It looks like I really underestimated you. However, in my eyes, you can't escape." As Li Yuan spoke, he waved his hand and a restriction flew out from between his eyebrows. The clouds in the sky suddenly trembled and were pushed away. In the distance, space twisted and Wang Lin's figure appeared. Wang Lin, who had been forced to appear, didn't panic at all. It was as if he had a card up his sleeve and had his own plans. At this moment, there was a fragment at the center of the Thunder Celestial Realm. This fragment wasn't big, so the continent it had turned into was naturally a lot smaller. At the edge of the continent, bolts of lightning surrounded it like iron bars. In the middle of the continent, there was a huge formation. 4 elders were seated cross-legged outside the formation. Every single one of them had a head full of white hair. However, their bodies were enveloped by an enormous yuan power. The formation suddenly flashed violently, but the 4 old men didn't move at all. They didn't even open their eyes. A moment later, a shadow appeared inside the formation. This shadow was red, and the moment it appeared, a powerful blood aura filled the area. The 4 old men outside the formation all opened their eyes and revealed serious expressions. "Wang Linbrat, the old man is here." The shadow condensed, and turned into a middle-aged man with red hair and red eyebrows. Blood ancestor. I'm riding slowly, so I'm sorry to ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 752. Li Yuan stared at Wang Lin, his heart filled with doubt. If this person had already seen through everything, then why was he still so confident? There was something fishy about this. With a cold snort, Li Yuan didn't waste any more words. He took a step forward and performed an incantation gesture with his right hand. Immediately, a restriction appeared. This restriction was unpredictable and actually split into 18. However, after these 18 restrictions appeared, they began to collapse slightly, as if they were difficult to control. However, this collapse was hidden very well and would be very difficult to discover. Suddenly, 18 illusory statues formed around Li Yuan. They were like 18 ethereal celestial gods that shot toward Wang Lin like lightning. The 18 celestial statues were filled with flickering restrictive spells. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded Wang Lin. This is the real 18 plum blossom restriction. Watch carefully. Li Yuan's eyes were cold as he pointed forward with his right hand. Wang Lin wasn't flustered at all. His expression was the same as ever as he calmly said, "The blood of the descendant of the slaughtermaster is shameful and devoid of conscience. Li Yuan, you sacrificed the blood of your master's descendant. Do you feel the helplessness and sorrow of your master's statue? Do you dare to turn around and look at the seal on your master's right hand? Don't even think about destroying my faith," said Li Yuan with a dark expression. "Everything I did was to resurrect my master. How could a child like you possibly understand that?" By now, Wang Lin had already confirmed his guess. The woman named Gu was the descendant of the celestial statue. Li Yuan's ancestor had brought the woman named Gu here, but something had happened. In the end, he had died, and the woman named Gu had taken the magical item. However, Wang Lin still had one more question. When he saw that Li Yuan recognized the celestial guard and knew the name of the stop spell, he suddenly understood the cause and effect of everything. "I'm afraid you don't even remember who you are. You're not Li Yuan." Wang Lin's voice was filled with mystery, and as he spoke, the 18 celestial god statues closed in. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a mountain rock appeared in his hand. The moment it appeared, it grew until it was the size of a small mountain. It gave off the ancient aura of the mountain's soul. Wang Lin slapped his hand, causing the soul to spread out in a ring. Wang Lin stood in the ring, his eyes shining brightly. Li Yuan is a descendant of the Li clan. He has lived his entire life for the sake of removing the slave seal of his clan. But you're doing the exact opposite. Instead of removing the slave seal, you want to use the slave seal of all the clan members to resurrect your master. The key to all of this is the bloodline of his descendants. Using the blood sacrifice, you can summon the slumbering, sealed soul. Who exactly are you? Li Yuan's eyes were cold. His right hand formed a seal, and he pointed. The 18 celestial statues trembled and turned into 18 plum blossoms that quickly rotated around Wang Lin. A vortex appeared with Wang Lin at the center, and waves of terrifying aura came from it. Wang Lin's expression was calm and didn't panic at all. He raised his right hand and formed a seal. An afterimage of a restriction appeared. This restriction flickered and split into 18, but 6 of them were illusions. With a wave of his hand, the 18 restrictions flew out and landed on the 18 plum blossoms. The 18 plum blossoms immediately paused. At the same time, Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding, and a celestial sword appeared in his hand. Holding the celestial sword, Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he slashed down. Heavenly chop. The moment the sword fell, it was as if everything had frozen, allowing the sword to descend. Bang, bang, bang. 3 of the 18 plum blossoms collapsed. Wang Lin took a step forward and walked out of the vortex formed by the 18 plum blossoms. You are the slave soul of a celestial. You entered the reincarnation cycle with the slave seal of the Leaf family, causing the Leaf family to follow your wishes and become slaves of a celestial. Not only are you not Li Yuan, But even the ancestor of the Leaf family that you said collected the three treasures tens of thousands of years ago isn't him. You and him are both reincarnated bodies formed by the slave imprints of a celestial. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he stepped forward. His voice was filled with determination and echoed across the area. That is why tens of thousands of years ago, when you entered your first reincarnation, you could force the Goof family to obey. Today, tens of thousands of years later, when you enter your second reincarnation, you can also force the Goof family to obey. This is because you believe that even if you have to sacrifice the entire Goof family, you want your master to be resurrected. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. As long as it is the reincarnation cycle of this world, there is nothing I can't see through. Wang Lin's eyes were like torches as he coldly spoke. Li Yuan silently pondered. When Wang Lin's words landed in his heart, they caused ripples to appear in his heart. A hint of conflict appeared on his face. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. This was the chance he had been waiting for. With a single move, the mountain soul melted into a ball of fog. Once it was tossed out, the ball of fog charged toward the stone statue not far away. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed up at the sky. With a thought, the karma whip appeared before him. Wang Lin stepped forward, grabbed the whip, and viciously lashed out. Bang! The whip was too fast. It wasn't lashing at the body or origin soul, but at the karma whip. The whip landed on Li Yuan's struggling body. Li Yuan's body trembled, and he quickly retreated. Even this physical body that you exist in is rejecting you, because your soul is not the soul of the Leaf family. Wang Lin let out a roar. His eyes revealed a strange light as he took another step forward and pointed out with his finger. Stop, Art! Li Yuan's retreating body suddenly stopped. At this moment, the karma whip lashed out once more. With a pa sound, Li Yuan's body trembled again. The struggle on his face became ferocious. Wang Lin was about to continue, but he suddenly stopped because the struggle on Li Yuan's face had disappeared without a trace. I'm not wrong. Li Yuan quickly backed up and pressed his right hand on the mountain soul with restrictions. He looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, Don't worry. As if in response to Li Yuan's words, the stone statue at the top of the mountain peak, not far away, began to show signs of collapse. All of the resentment and white light within the red flames had been absorbed by the stone statue. Even the red flames were beginning to shrink, as if they would eventually be absorbed by the stone statue. I'm not wrong to release the soul of my master and allow him to enter the cycle of reincarnation. I'm not wrong. Even if my master dies, I'm not wrong. Li Yuan's voice became calmer and calmer. He stared at Wang Lin and raised his right hand from his brow. A black line appeared in his hand. This black line was exactly the same as the one that had trapped the Celestial Guard. However, at the same time, the moment the black line appeared, it started to crumble slightly, as if it was not complete. Wang Lin noticed this, but his expression was calm. The two whips, just now, had opened a hole in Li Yuan's heart. Just as he thought, Li Yuan was only a remnant soul left in the slave mark. Although I don't know why your first reincarnation failed tens of thousands of years ago, it's clear that you aren't 100% confident this time. Otherwise, if you were 100% confident, why would you choose me? What you're interested in isn't my stop spell, but this. Wang Lin waved his right hand, and the karma whip flickered in and out of existence, making popping sounds. Li Yuan's eyes revealed a strange light as he stared at the karma whip in Wang Lin's hand and slowly said, You're very smart. That's right. What I want is this magic treasure that contains the concept of reincarnation and karma. Without it, I only have 70% confidence, but with it, I have 90% confidence. As he spoke, he pointed at Wang Lin. The black line connected from head to tail, forming a circle, and shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin quickly retreated, but he didn't panic at all. Most of his previous actions were to verify the last guess in his heart. Once this guess was confirmed, he would be 100% confident that he could leave this place. When Wang Lin heard Li Yuan's answer about the karma whip, he was finally able to confirm this guess in his heart. The moment the circle formed by the black line closed in, Wang Lin retreated even faster. Since your first reincarnation failed tens of thousands of years ago, then you still won't succeed the second time. All of this is because your master was unwilling. Shut up. This was the first time Li Yuan's emotions had fluctuated so greatly. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he took a step forward and waved his right hand. 3 more black lines appeared in his palm and intersected to form 3 sharp swords that shot toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin let out a laugh and spat out a ray of white light. The white light turned into a screen before him. There was a painting of mountains and rivers inside the screen, and it gave off a powerful aura. This was the first time Wang Lin had used a mountain and river screen. Even if Li Yuan had seen his battle with the illusory cultivator, he wouldn't have known about its existence. The moment the mountain and river screen appeared, a painting of mountains and rivers appeared in the sky around Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin was like a person in the painting. The black lines immediately entered the mountain and river screen and slowly moved toward Wang Lin. Tens of thousands of years ago, you also had the 3 magic treasures and the origin soul of the Gu family. Why didn't you succeed? It was because your master wasn't willing to awaken in this way. Is it really not wrong for you to be his servant? Wang Lin's voice came from the mountain and river screen. It was as mighty as thunder and filled the world. His voice was so loud that it entered Li Yuan's ears without missing a single word. Li Yuan's body trembled, and the struggle appeared on his face once more. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and the karma whip appeared with the point of his finger. It lashed at Li Yuan once more. Wang Lin's eyes were like lightning as he shouted, "Turn around and look under the eyes of your master's statue." The karma whip flew through the air and landed on Li Yuan, causing his body to tremble. However, at this moment, it was as if there was an endless force pulling him back. He turned around and looked at his master's statue at the top of the mountain. Chapter 753. The moment Li Yuan turned his head around, the red flames on the stone statue were completely absorbed by it. More and more cracks appeared on the statue, and rays of red light shot out from the cracks. These rays of red light contained the smell of blood, which was obviously Gu Hong's blood from before. The red light seemed to contain a powerful aura, and as it spread out, it gathered on the scroll that was spread out. However, there were also many cracks appearing in the eyes of the stone statue at that moment. When the red light seeped out, it looked like an illusion from afar. It was as if this celestial statue was crying tears of blood. Am I wrong?" Li Yuan muttered to himself as he stared at the statue in a daze. His eyes were filled with confusion. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. Li Yuan himself was not scary. He was only a cultivator at the peak of the ascendant stage, so it was easy for Wang Lin to fight him. However, there was an extremely powerful aura inside Li Yuan's body, and that aura came from the slave seal. It was because of this aura that Li Yuan gave off a mysterious feeling. Wang Lin dreaded this aura very much. The first time he noticed this aura was when Li Yuan spoke his karma with the stone statue. Li Yuan's body twitched and became soaked in sweat in a short moment. However, the meaning of this aura was very different in Wang Lin's eyes. At that time, he only remembered it in his heart. It wasn't until Gu Hong's gaze fell on the statue before she died that a thought flashed through Wang Lin's mind, and he immediately understood. The Gu family was the descendant of the Celestial. As for the Li family, perhaps they were truly innocent. Due to the carelessness of their ancestor, the entire family declined and became slaves for generations. They contributed their lifespan and cultivation to slowly restore the immortal celestial soul. The Li family might have really wanted to resist, but it was clear that they failed every time. That was until the ancestor of the Li family from tens of thousands of years ago. That person gave the Li family hope, but after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, while the slave seal nourished its master, the hidden slave's soul also awakened. That was how the peerless talent of the Li family came into being. Thus, on the surface, the Li family slave seal was broken, but in reality, it was to resurrect its master. Wang Lin really thought that the failure was due to a change in the Ge family. However, in the end, when he analyzed why Li Yuan had to find him, he had a different guess. The other party should have been well prepared and shouldn't have calculated that they would encounter him after entering the Thunder Celestial Realm. However, after Wang Lin saw the statue and understood the karma between the Li family and the Ge family, he suddenly understood. This was because Li Yuan saw him use the karma whip in his battle against the illusory Yin cultivator. This was why Li Yuan had chosen him. The karma whip lashed at karma. Tens of thousands of years ago, the failure of his first reincarnation was not because of him, the ritual implement, or the Ge family. It was because of the celestial statue's unwillingness. He was unwilling to resurrect in this way, to resurrect his sealed soul at the cost of severing his bloodline. This was the result. The failure of the first reincarnation tens of thousands of years ago wasn't because of him, the treasure, or the Ge family. It was because the celestial statue wasn't willing. It didn't want to use this method to resurrect its sealed soul at the cost of severing its bloodline. This was the karma. The karma was the resurrection of the celestial statue, and the karma was the unwillingness to resist. How could the soul of a celestial be so simple? If the karma whip lashed at it, even Wang Lin himself would be trapped, and his life or death would be unknown. If he hadn't appeared, then Li Yuan would have had a way to resurrect the celestial. However, even he didn't know if he would succeed or not. This was why Li Yuan said he was 70% confident, and with the karma whip, he was 90% confident. Wang Lin boldly speculated that Li Yuan's bag of holding might have a treasure similar to the karma domain treasure. This also explained why the Ge family had used various methods to keep the three treasures after their failure tens of thousands of years ago. They also didn't hide this news at all. Instead, they told everyone about it. Their goal was to wait for the second reincarnation of the Li family's slave imprint. This was why Li Yuan's trip to the Ge family went so smoothly. However, when Wang Lin thought about how Li Yuan had treated Ge Hong, he felt like Li Yuan was a completely different person. Combined with the change that occurred when Li Yuan spoke the karma domain, he confirmed his speculation that the real Li Yuan's soul hadn't died and still existed. To be more accurate, there was only one soul inside Li Yuan's body. However, there were two thoughts inside this soul. One was the real Li Yuan, and the other was the remnant soul inside the slave imprint. Due to the conflict between them, the Li family's restriction wasn't able to display its full power. This was why every time Li Yuan used a restriction, it would collapse. The 18 plum blossom restriction was like this, and the annihilation restriction was also like this. After understanding all of this, Wang Lin silently stared at the confused Li Yuan from inside the mountain and river. He felt that Li Yuan was a bit pitiful. He was a loyal servant who would do anything to bring his master back to life. It was just like the scene in the stone statue. When his master died, the servant stood on the tip of the sword, and when he looked back, his eyes were filled with sorrow and confusion. The master of the sword hilt was no longer there. It was as if he was the only one left standing on the tip of the sword. Countless years of waiting, 2 reincarnations as a sacrifice, but in the end, he still couldn't escape karma. Li Yuan stared at the stone statue and knelt on the ground. Master, was I really wrong? At this moment, more and more cracks appeared on the stone statue, and as they densely packed together, the red light on the statue became even more intense. The blood-red light under the statue's eyes also became even more intense, and when they gathered together, they looked like real tears of blood. Why aren't you willing to wake up? I just want the sword hilt to no longer be empty. Master will always be able to stand on it, and I will stand at the tip of the sword, fighting for you. Li Yuan muttered to himself, his eyes filled with sorrow. Wang Lin stood in the mountain and silently looked at the scene before him. There was no hatred between him and Li Yuan. At this moment, he let out a sigh and put away the whip of karma. Due to his extreme stubbornness, he became deeply lost. After his first failure tens of thousands of years ago, his faith was already unstable. Now that he has failed a second time, his broken faith has already collapsed. More and more cracks appeared on the stone statue. Even the stone sword and the stone statue at the tip of the sword cracked. Bursts of red light came out from within. From a distance, it looked like half the sky was illuminated by the light, making it look like a sea of red light. The red light from the stone statue was very strong. In the end, the light from the stone statue slowly extended and was absorbed by the scroll floating in front of it. In the beginning, not much red light was absorbed by the scroll. However, as it continued to absorb, more and more red light came out from the stone statue and entered the scroll. In the end, the red light seemed to merge into one and rapidly poured into the scroll painting. The glaring red light flickered continuously. This strange scene caused the lifeless eyes of Li Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, to suddenly explode with a bright glow of excitement. Master! More and more red light came out. Without any leakage, it was all absorbed into the scroll. Gradually, the red light in the cracks of the stone statue dimmed, as if all of it was being released. Finally, when the last red light flew out from the stone statue and entered the scroll, the entire stone statue suddenly trembled, as if it had lost its soul. It no longer moved and became very ordinary. After absorbing all of the red light, the scroll emitted a dazzling light. At the corner of the scroll, a red flame slowly rose, causing the edges of the scroll to start burning. Not just one edge, but all the edges of the scroll started burning at the same time. Green smoke came out from the scroll and flew into the sky, not dissipating. Li Yuan looked at this scene, and the excitement in his eyes became even stronger. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed as he carefully looked at the scroll. The burning scroll slowly spread from the edges to the center. At this moment, the celestial standing on the sword seemed to have a soul, flickering in and out of the burning scroll. In the end, it spread to the entire scroll and submerged everything in the flames. The scroll turned into a pile of dust and was blown by the wind, falling down the mountain. The green smoke from the burning scroll did not dissipate in the wind. Instead, it floated in the air and vaguely seemed to turn into the shape of a person. This person was extremely blurry, and his appearance could not be seen clearly. However, Wang Lin could clearly see that the green smoke had turned into the shape of a sword under his feet, and the place he was standing on was the sword hilt. Next to the sword hilt was a wisp of smoke that slowly swayed, making it hard to tell if it was the sword tassel or the green smoke. The person standing on the sword hilt turned sideways as he rose into the air. He raised his right hand and gently beckoned at Li Yuan on the ground. Li Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled, and a complicated mark appeared on his forehead. This was the slave mark. The mark flickered and left Li Yuan's forehead. It turned into a remnant soul that chased after the sword and landed on the tip of the sword formed by the green smoke. The green smoke fluttered and soared into the horizon, disappearing into the distance. All of this was like an illusion, as if it didn't exist, as if it was just a dream made of green smoke. Wang Lin's expression was a bit confused as he looked at the statue that had lost its spirit. His gaze fell on the seal on the statue's right hand, and his vision blurred. It was still the ancient celestial world, the celestial sword that had risen into the sky, and the two people standing on the sword hilt and tip. However, what was different was the voice the celestial on the sword hilt had sent into his mind when he died. "I'm dead. My soul is extinguished." The stone statue collapsed into countless pieces of rubble and became a pile of debris. Was the celestial already dead, and everything was just a dream of the servant's soul? Or was everything really as Wang Lin had guessed? There were even some questions that Wang Lin couldn't fully explain. There was no answer. It was as if everything formed by the green smoke was real and illusory. Wang Lin thought he had obtained a result and knew everything, but when he saw the green smoke, he was confused, as if everything was fake. Perhaps only the servant soul was real and the only person who knew all the answers. From this day onward, there was an extra sword formed by green smoke in the Thunder celestial realm. There was always a figure standing on the tip of the sword, as if it was eternal. "Where's this place?" A weak voice came from Li Yuan's mouth. He looked around in a daze before his gaze fell on Wang Lin. Chapter 754. Inside the Thunder Celestial Realm, there were many celestial caves and ruins left behind by celestials. There were also many restrictions inside. It was not easy to enter the Celestial Realm. Although the Thunder Celestial Realm had opened many times over the countless years, there were still some restrictions that hadn't been broken yet. Most of these restrictions were too powerful. Some of them were places that cultivators couldn't even touch. Brother Su, look here. The restrictions here are typical of the 8 celestial restriction laws, the 4th of the 8 celestial restriction laws. They changed the surrounding environment to hide from divine sense. Li Yuan squatted down on a fragment with black soil. He touched the soil on the ground and said in a serious tone, Brother Su, look here. If I'm not wrong, after this restriction is broken, there should be a celestial cave here. Beside him, Wang Lin looked over and nodded. Brotherly means that the restriction here is mainly based on this soil. The fragment the two of them were on wasn't very big. At a glance, the earth was black and the sky was very dark. There was no lightning, but muffled rumbles of thunder could be heard in the sky. Within a radius of 5,000 kilometers, aside from the two of them, there was no one else. Standing here gave off a feeling of desolation. Li Yuan nodded and smiled. I admire Brother Su's understanding of restrictions. In this past month, whenever I say something, you've been able to see through it. Li Yuan grabbed a handful of soil and put it into his bag of holding. Then he said, Brother Su should also take some of this restriction soil. Once we leave the Thunder Celestial Realm and lose the environment of the celestial restriction, this soil might change. If that happens, then, when you return to the Leaf family with me, this soil will be one of the materials needed to make the restriction compass. Thank you, Brother Li. Wang Lin smiled faintly. He squatted down and took a handful of soil to put into his bag of holding. Li Yuan was filled with emotion and sincerely said, I should be the one thanking you. If it wasn't for you, I would have died a long time ago. Not to mention the great grace of breaking the slave imprint. More than half a month ago, after he woke up, the initial confusion slowly disappeared, and memories emerged in his mind, especially the various actions of the slave imprint under the control of the remnant soul, making it difficult for his body and mind to calm down. After understanding everything, Li Yuan felt gratitude towards Wang Lin from the bottom of his heart. Without any hesitation, he didn't hold anything back from Wang Lin to express his gratitude. When we get back to the clan, I'll take Brother Su to the Inheritance Ancestral Hall, where we can offer sacrifices to our ancestors and pass on the annihilation restriction to you to repay our great kindness. Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin, his eyes clear and bright. Wang Lin took a few steps back and cupped his fists towards Li Yuan. He did not say anything, but his eyes revealed a grave expression. The annihilation restriction was one of the 4 great ancient restrictions. Over the past half a month, Li Yuan had introduced him to a lot of things. This restriction was basically a divine technique. It was clearly different from celestial art, but it was comparable. If you wanted to learn this restriction, you would have to go to a specific legacy location to learn it. Under the heavens, the Li clan was the only remaining branch of the annihilation restriction. Unfortunately, the 4th celestial restriction magic here is not complete. It must have been broken by someone many years ago. Unfortunately, the person who did it was far too crude. Li Yuan looked down at the ground and muttered to himself for a moment. Then, he tapped his forehead with his index finger, causing a black line to fly out. It transformed into a talisman, which he then slapped down onto the ground along with his finger. Break! With that one word, the ground trembled. With Li Yuan's index finger as the center, the soil rippled out like waves. In the blink of an eye, everything in the area began to shatter like glass. What appeared in front of Wang Lin was a celestial mountain and a pavilion. The mountain was not very high, and halfway up the mountain was a magnificent palace. However, the mountain was riddled with holes and hollows, as if countless celestial plants had been planted there before, but had been uprooted and taken away. Only a few ordinary trees could be seen, swaying slowly in the wind, giving off an air of desolation. The palace was also in ruins, and it only looked majestic. Just as I expected, Li Yuan smiled bitterly and turned to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin smiled faintly and said, "Brother Li's restriction magic is indeed amazing. In the past half a month, you and I have been able to find the location of the restriction magic with a single glance. Although it has always been discovered by someone else, if we keep this up, we might actually be able to find a complete celestial palace. When cultivated to the highest level, each of the 4 great ancient celestial restrictions will have an extremely powerful divine ability. They can seal anything from immortals and devils to ordinary beasts. The 18-plum restriction was created from the annihilation restriction. However, it was spread out a long time ago, so the world only knows about it." Li Yuan's words were filled with confidence. Wang Lin glanced at Li Yuan and said, "With such a divine ability, the annihilation restriction must have many spies in the Luo Tian star system." Li Yuan bitterly smiled and nodded. "I won't hide it from Brother Su. In the countless years my Li family has had the slave imprint, the annihilation restriction has been spread out a total of 7 times. Each time, we had no choice but to spread it. However," Li Yuan looked at Wang Lin and slowly said, "although they also learned the annihilation restriction, and my Li family didn't hide the restriction chant at all and even let them comprehend it in the inheritance ground. Without the restriction heart, it isn't the true annihilation restriction. The restriction heart is something only the family head can inherit. Once we leave the Thunder Celestial Realm, I'll give you half of the restriction heart in the inheritance ancestral hall." Wang Lin pondered a bit and clasped his hands at Li Yuan again. Li Yuan quickly waved his hand and was about to speak when he suddenly exclaimed and stared at the palace inside the celestial mountain. "Brother Su, look over there." Wang Lin looked up. There was nothing strange about the dilapidated palace, but after looking at it for a long time, he noticed some clues. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he slowly said, "Only the left side of the tree behind the palace is moving. The right side hasn't changed at all." Li Yuan's eyes were filled with amazement. He looked at Wang Lin and nodded. "Even if Brother Su didn't learn the annihilation restriction, just your observation skills are enough to surpass many restriction grandmasters." Wang Lin smiled and said, "It looks like our luck is pretty good." Li Yuan laughed and flew toward the celestial mountain with Wang Lin. They soon arrived next to the palace. When they got close, Wang Lin immediately felt a gloomy aura coming from the motionless tree. This gloomy aura gave off a sense of danger. Wang Lin stopped, and Li Yuan stopped almost at the same time as him. Under the tree, there were 2 sets of white bones. One of the skeletons was wearing a set of leather armor. The armor was somewhat rough, and there were even some natural cracks on it. The moment he saw the leather armor, Wang Lin's eyes widened and revealed a rare look of disbelief. I told myself not to look at the monthly votes. Chapter 755, Ancient God Skin. Wang Lin stared at the leather armor on the skeleton and his expression darkened. He couldn't tell what he was feeling, but when he saw the leather armor, Wang Lin felt a sense of sorrow. He looked at it again and confirmed that it was indeed leather armor made from the skin of an ancient god. Although he didn't know how many stars it belonged to, when he saw it, Wang Lin thought of his original body. "Brother Su, do you recognize this item?" Li Yuan asked in a low voice. Wang Lin shook his head and calmly said, "I don't recognize it. It's just similar to an item from an old friend." Li Yuan didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he looked at the tree next to the skeleton. His eyes shined with the light of deduction. After a moment, his hands formed a seal and he pointed forward. Immediately, a restriction appeared in his hand and turned into 18 plum blossoms that flew toward the tree. After they landed, the space around the tree twisted and countless ripples appeared. Even the skeleton under the tree twisted along with the ripples. Finally, the sound of a mirror shattering echoed, and everything in front of them collapsed. The tree was gone, and the skeleton was gone. Only a transfer array that emitted a gentle light appeared in front of Wang Lin and Li Yuan's eyes. Li Yuan looked at the transfer array and said, "This is the 3rd of the 8 celestial forbidden spells. It's mainly based on illusions. The skeleton we saw just now wasn't really lying under the tree, using the skeleton as bait to attract people here and then get killed by the restriction. I wonder how many people have died here over the years. Wang Lin nodded. He had also noticed this. If the skeleton really did exist, then it would have been impossible for it to have survived until now. This is a killing restriction. Looks like that leather armor is a very tempting celestial treasure. Li Yuan's eyes revealed a cold light. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and slowly said, I just don't know if this restriction was left behind by celestials or if it was a trap set up by someone else. Li Yuan was also lost in thought. He had been thinking about this question as well. He slowly said, in any case, I can confirm that this is the first time the restrictive spell has been broken. After all, I observed it for a long time just now, and there were no signs of it being broken or reformed. Furthermore, this restrictive spell is very old, and the timing is consistent. Perhaps this restriction has been around for too long, causing some changes to occur within it. As a result, some of the light from the restriction is leaking out, revealing some of the scenes within to the eye of the restriction. Wang Lin's eyes focused as he slowly spoke. Li Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Brother Su's words make sense. This place is 70%, as Brother Su said. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of someone purposely setting up this restriction to kill people and steal their treasures. Wang Lin and Li Yuan were both astute people with extraordinary intelligence. After a brief discussion, they had already deduced an answer that was infinitely close to the truth. Just at this moment, the transfer array that appeared after the restriction was broken became slightly unstable. It was as if it had not seen the sun for a long time. The moment it appeared, it began to clash with the celestial spiritual energy, and it looked like it was about to collapse. There were even countless small vortexes at the edge of the transfer array. This was a sign that it was about to collapse. Some illusions appeared from the vortexes. Although they were all fragmented images, one could see the remains of some ancient buildings and corpses. Wang Lin and Li Yuan noticed this at the same time. Their eyes narrowed. It looks like Brother Su's deduction is correct. Why don't the two of us check it out? Li Yuan smiled. Wang Lin was about to speak, but at this moment, a powerful divine sense spread out from the distance. This divine sense was too powerful. It even seemed to contain a spell. When it spread out, all the dark clouds in the sky retreated as if they didn't dare to provoke it. They allowed the divine sense to sweep this fragment. Li Yuan's expression changed. When this divine sense swept over, he even felt like it was difficult to breathe. It was as if this divine sense was corporeal and was pressing down on him like Mount Tai. The celestial spiritual energy in his body surged uncontrollably, and he coughed out a mouthful of blood. The divine sense had only swept by, but it immediately retreated and locked onto this fragment. Wang Lin was even more shocked. This divine sense gave him a familiar feeling. At this moment, he charged toward the transfer array without any hesitation. Li Yuan's face was pale, and he was almost scared out of his wits as he followed closely behind Wang Lin. The two of them were not far from the transfer array to begin with, and as they charged forward, their speed became even faster. Just as they were about to reach the transfer array, the divine sense became even more frenzied. In an instant, the area within 1,000 feet turned red. Strands of red smoke spread out and turned into ghosts. They let out piercing screams and pounced toward Wang Lin. Restriction, Wang Lin shouted. He grabbed Li Yuan by the back of his shirt and charged toward the transfer array. Li Yuan's agility was not any weaker than Wang Lin's. He immediately understood what Wang Lin meant. If the two of them used spells at the same time, it would affect their speed. At this moment of crisis, Wang Lin focused on speed while he focused on offense. This was the best choice. Li Yuan allowed Wang Lin to grab him at a very fast speed. His hand formed a seal without hesitation, and countless restrictions appeared in his hand. The moment these restrictions appeared, they each turned into 18. As a result, a large amount of restrictions appeared in an instant. A large amount of restrictions appeared and stopped the ghosts formed by the red smoke. Wang Lin didn't turn around. He grabbed Li Yuan and walked toward the edge of the transfer array. He was about to step into it. At that moment, a cold snort rang out from the surrounding divine senses that were madly condensing, and a cold voice reverberated. Blood space condensation. The moment these three words rang out, everything within a 100-meter radius seemed to be squeezed by the heavens and earth. It quickly solidified, as if everything within that 100-meter radius was being squeezed. Wang Lin was only one step away from the transfer array. However, when he lifted his foot, it was as if he was holding onto a mountain, causing his descent to slow down. Even his body felt as if it was being squeezed by an enormous force. It was as if Wang Lin and Li Yuan were in the same situation. This force was too strong. It was comparable to the might of the heavens. It was as if an invisible hand had descended from the sky and dug out the 100-meter radius. The 5 fingers of the hand clenched as if it was trying to crush it. Wang Lin's face was pale, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't even raise his hand to take out a treasure. He could vaguely see a flash of red light rushing toward them from the void not far away. A red figure quickly appeared within the red light. This red shadow revealed a wave of hatred. This hatred could cross 2 star systems, and the killing intent contained within it was unimaginably dense. Chapter 756. At this moment of life and death, Wang Lin didn't hesitate, and the red light in his third eye flashed like crazy. A fan-shaped red light spread out behind him as he struggled to turn his head. This red light wasn't aimed at the void, but at Li Yuan. The frozen feeling around Li Yuan relaxed a bit when the red light swept by. His face was pale, and he pressed his right hand between his eyebrows without any hesitation. Immediately, a black line as thick as a baby's arm flew out from between his eyebrows and turned into a restriction mark. In a flash, Li Yuan shouted, "Annihilation restriction." In an instant, the restriction began to flicker and expand like crazy. Finally, the moment the red shadow closed in, it collapsed. Boom! A loud bang reverberated in the air and stirred up huge waves, causing the area of 1,000 feet to instantly become unstable. The destroyed seal did not disappear. Instead, it turned into thousands upon thousands of black lines that formed all sorts of strange pictures that swiftly spread through the area. These restrictions seemed to have a strange connection with each other. When they spread out, Li Yuan's face became even more pale. It was clear that using the true annihilation restriction was a great burden on him. Seal. As soon as the word left his mouth, the restrictive spells rapidly filled the air, appearing around the red shadow and converging toward it. The red shadow's body shined brightly like a sea of blood had appeared in the sky. The moment the restrictions closed in, the red shadow charged out. However, the restrictions immediately self-destructed, causing the entire sky to tremble violently. At this moment, the entire fragment showed signs of instability, as if it was about to collapse. The moment the pressure around them relaxed, Wang Lin grabbed Li Yuan and stepped into the transfer array that was about to collapse. There was a flash of light from the transfer array, and then the two of them disappeared. The moment they disappeared, Wang Lin's left hand mercilessly slammed down on the transfer array. The transfer array immediately collapsed into specks of light and dissipated. The area within 100 feet was completely silent. The blood-red figure slowly walked over and stood at the spot where the teleportation array had disappeared. His entire being was silent. After a long time, this person raised his right foot and mercilessly stomped on the ground. A huge fissure appeared beneath his feet and spread out like a raging dragon. The earth twisted madly, and with a cracking sound, the fissure split in the middle. Then it split again, and in just a moment, the earth was filled with hideous cracks. A cultivation level beyond the Nirvana Scryer stage had broken through the critical point of the Thunder Celestial Realm. It was like a storm sweeping across the continent. The entire continent was covered in cracks, and even the sky was filled with cracks. The earth collapsed. The Thunder Celestial Realm fragment collapsed and disintegrated under the stomp of the blood-red shadow. Large amounts of land dissipated and caused a series of chain reactions. More and more spatial rifts appeared in the sky, like ghastly maws that were constantly devouring everything. The ground shattered and melted into the void, and some were even sucked into the maws in the sky. An hour later, the sky was no longer the sky, and the earth had turned into nothingness. One of the Thunder Celestial Realm fragments had permanently collapsed. This violent change caused a few Luo Tian star system cultivators on the continent to be terrified. They all rushed out in an attempt to leave this place. The fear of death was like the collapse of the Thunder Celestial Realm fragment. It caused their souls to scatter, and they all fled for their lives. However, not many were able to escape. The collapse of the fragment caused a vortex that seemed like it was going to suck in everything. In the distance, one could see the thunder chains being pulled toward the center of the vortex by the vortex. These chains were pulled straight, and as they moved, they pulled the continents they were connected to. This caused the entire Thunder Celestial Realm to rumble and slowly move. However, the person who caused all of this didn't care about any of this. Even if the Thunder Celestial Realm collapsed, he wouldn't be moved. All he wanted was his daughter, little brat Wang Lin. Next time, you won't be able to escape. The red figure turned around and disappeared into the void with one step. This person was the Blood Ancestor. After coming to the Thunder Celestial Realm, he didn't search for treasures or celestial spells. Instead, he moved as fast as he could between the various fragments. Every time he arrived at a fragment, he would spread out his divine sense and leave. The sky was dark. Occasionally, there would be flashes of light from restrictions. Looking up from the ground, one could see that the sky was not very high. It was covered in darkness, giving off a strong sense of pressure. There were small mountains on the ground, forming several uneven valleys. The surroundings were completely quiet. Only the cracks in the sky would occasionally form arc-shaped cracks that emitted a cold chill before slowly closing up. During this process, sharp whistling sounds would echo through the air. This was the only sound in this place. There was a 100-foot-tall altar that was brown on the ground. Many of the steps were damaged, and there were many cracks on them. Some of the cracks even extended all the way to the top of the altar. At this moment, there was a flash of light on the platform several dozen feet above the altar. Then 2 figures appeared. Wang Lin walked out with an extremely gloomy expression. Even now, his mind was shaken. What happened just now made him feel how close death was to him. If it wasn't for the spell of the third eye, he would have been in a bad situation. Similarly, if it wasn't for Li Yuan's annihilation restriction, even if the transfer array was right before him, he wouldn't have been able to escape. Blood Ancestor. Wang Lin frowned. At this moment, Li Yuan also walked out from the transfer array. The moment he appeared, blood flowed for the corner of his mouth, and he immediately sat down to cultivate. Wang Lin silently sat down to protect Li Yuan. At the same time, his divine sense spread out to observe the surroundings. After a while, he withdrew his divine sense, and his expression became even more gloomy. The cracks that appeared in the sky could devour divine sense. Once he spread out his divine sense, it would immediately attract the cracks. Although that's the case, this place is still safe. Wang Lin silently looked at the valley in the distance and began to ponder. The Blood Ancestor actually came to the Luo Tian star system. When he appeared just now, he didn't even give me a chance to speak before trying to capture me. He clearly wants to search my soul to find out where Yao Shishua is. Wang Lin touched his bag of holding. If I hand over Yao Shishua, will the Blood Ancestor continue to chase after me? As Wang Lin pondered, the Celestial Guard stepped out to protect Li Yuan. He waved his hand, sealing off the area. Then he slapped his bag of holding, and a sphere of restrictive light flew out. When it landed on the ground, it instantly grew to the height of a person and spread out like a lotus flower. When the sphere of restrictive light dissipated, Yao Shishua sat cross-legged, her long hair falling over her shoulders. More than 100 years of imprisonment had caused her to look haggard. Her eyelashes trembled, and she opened her eyes. When she saw Wang Lin, she seemed a bit absent-minded, but that was quickly replaced by clarity. It was impossible to tell whether she was happy or angry. She just calmly looked at Wang Lin. After a long time, a mocking smile appeared on her face. I can feel the remnants of my father's blood arts on you, and I can also feel your fear. Wang Lin stared at Yao Shishua, but didn't say anything. Do you want to let me go? Or do you want to beg me to help you tell my father not to kill you? Wang Lin, am I right? The mocking smile on Yao Shishua's face became even more intense. I can ask my father to spare your life, because I won't let you die like this. The calmness in Yao Shishua's eyes dissipated, and deep hatred appeared in her eyes. Wang Lin frowned and calmly said, so whether I let you go or not, Wang's fate will be the same. Yao Shishua looked at Wang Lin and coldly said, you don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, you will let me go. If you seal me somewhere, you'll have to face my father's eternal pursuit. One day, my father will find you, and I will also be able to escape. Wang Lin stared at Yao Shishua, and the coldness in his eyes became even more intense. He raised his right hand and immediately sent out a few restrictions that landed on Yao Shishua's body. The restriction light immediately shrank into a ball of light. After Wang Lin caught it, he put it away in his storage bag. He stood up and looked into the distance with a thoughtful expression. To let or not to let me go, it's not up to me. It's up to the blood ancestor. Wang Lin's eyes revealed a fierce gaze. With a thought, he removed the restrictions around him and looked at Li Yuan, who was cultivating. A moment later, Li Yuan slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. His eyes were filled with shock as he asked, Brother Su, who is that person? Wang Lin let out a sigh as he retreated a few steps. He clasped his hands at Li Yuan and said, I've implicated Brother Li. That person is called the Blood Ancestor, and his cultivation level is unfathomable. I have some beef with him. Brother Li, once we leave this place, you go first so you don't get implicated again. Li Yuan pondered and wryly smiled. Brother Su, that person's cultivation level is not that of an ordinary second-step cultivator. Although my annihilation restriction is only at the 4th layer, I didn't hesitate to use my heart restriction, but he was still able to escape. I fear that even if he isn't at the Nirvana Shatterer stage, he should be at the Nirvana Cleanser stage. This kind of cultivation level would be at the top of the Luo Tian star system. How did you provoke such a person? Alas, if my annihilation restriction was at the 7th layer, I would have some confidence in sealing that person. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he slowly said, Brother Li, let's first find an exit and leave this place. Li Yuan sighed. After pondering a bit, he said, although this person's cultivation level is high, if we don't provoke him and instead hide, it isn't impossible. Forget it, we'll talk about this later. Let's listen to you and find an exit. As he spoke, he stood up and looked around. Wang Lin slowly said, you can't spread out your divine sense here, as there will be spatial cracks devouring it. His gaze fell on the valley in the distance. A strange look appeared in Li Yuan's eyes. His body flickered as he descended from the altar. He grabbed a handful of soil and carefully examined it. Then he took a few steps forward and took a branch from a nearby tree. He placed it in his mouth and chewed on it. The strange light in his eyes became even stronger. Brother Su, lend me your puppet. Li Yuan's body slowly flew into the air, and spatial cracks appeared in the air as if they were going to devour him. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. Looking at Li Yuan's actions, he seemed to have made a new discovery. With a thought, the celestial guard flew into the air and arrived next to Li Yuan. If a spatial crack appeared, the celestial guard would immediately punch the air, creating a vortex that caused the crack to spread. Although the effect wasn't good, it was still useful. As Li Yuan flew higher and higher, the number of spatial cracks gradually increased. The immortal guard puppet seemed to have formed a golden whirlwind that continuously revolved around Li Yuan, emitting the rumbling sound of punching. Li Yuan flew into the air and his eyes lit up. He looked into the distance, and his eyes were filled with shock. There was even a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Right at that moment, a huge crack that was several times larger than a normal crack suddenly appeared below him. Once it widened, a crazed suction force came from within, and like a ghastly mouth, it immediately went to devour Li Yuan. Li Yuan's expression changed. At this moment, a large amount of spatial cracks appeared around him. Even the Celestial Guard couldn't deal with them all, and he was in danger. Wang Lin took a step forward. As he flew into the air, he slapped his bag of holding, and the mountain and river painting screen appeared. It turned into a mountain and river that covered most of the spatial cracks. Using this opportunity, Wang Lin grabbed Li Yuan and pulled him back. The moment the spatial crack closed in, the two of them and the Celestial Guard returned to the ground. At this moment, the painting in the sky seemed to have been torn open by countless small holes. Wang Lin's expression was serious as he withdrew his right hand. The painting disappeared, and the screen returned to his hand. He then put it back into his bag of holding. "Brother Su, do you know what this place is?" Li Yuan's face was filled with excitement, but his eyes were still filled with disbelief. He took a deep breath and excitedly said, "Brother Su, Celestials rarely use bags of holding. Usually, they open up their own space. After the Celestial dies, this space won't collapse, but it is very difficult to open it again." Wang Lin was startled. His expression changed, and he asked, "Brother Li, are you saying that this place is the Celestial's storage space?" Li Yuan laughed, and his eyes became even more excited. He nodded and said, "That's right. It must have been a long time ago, and the space opened up by the Celestial isn't stable. That's why there are cracks, or else we wouldn't be able to enter. The soil here was moved from the outside world. Even the trees in the mountains didn't grow here. They were collected from the outside world." Wang Lin's eyes revealed a strange light, and he slowly said, "Brother Li, if this place collapses, will everything inside be destroyed?" Li Yuan was startled and nodded. "That's right. This place isn't a fragment from the outside world. Once it collapses, the powerful force will destroy everything inside, leaving nothing behind. But Brother Su, don't worry. If there is no external interference, this place won't collapse." "You could it be?" Li Yuan suddenly remembered something and gasped. Wang Lin's eyes became cold, and he softly said, "If that's the case, then maybe I can set up a trap to deal with the Blood Ancestor." Chapter 757. Li Yuan's eyes were filled with admiration. He was shocked by Wang Lin's bold idea. After all, the difference in cultivation levels between them was too big. If it was someone else, even Li Yuan himself, the first thing he would do would be to escape. Even if he had to escape to the ends of the earth, even if he had to hide for hundreds or thousands of years, as long as he could escape the pursuit of a powerful cultivator, it would all be worth it. He wouldn't even think about how to resist, because the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Wang Lin's plan was close to madness in Li Yuan's eyes, but it was also very clever. If he calculated it well, he might really succeed. Thinking about this, Li Yuan's heart pounded. The temptation of killing a powerful cultivator that was at least at the Nirvana cleanser stage made his blood flow faster and his heart beat faster. "Brother Sui, we are killing a Celestial." It was as Li Yuan had said. This was the same as killing a Celestial. Even before the Thunder Celestial realm was destroyed, the Blood Ancestor would have been an overlord even if he couldn't compare to a Celestial Lord. No cultivator in the lower realm would dare to resist him. Wang Lin licked his lips and said, "I'll need Brother Li's help in this matter. Once it is done, I'll reward you handsomely." Li Yuan pondered a bit. The excitement of killing a Celestial made his mouth dry. He looked up at Wang Lin and said, "Brother Su, there is no need to be like this. You didn't just save me, but all the descendants of my Li family. Isn't it just killing a Celestial? How could I not accompany such an exciting matter?" There was a flash of coldness in Wang Lin's eyes, and he slowly said, "The Blood Ancestor is not someone that is easy to kill. We will need to plan carefully. Before we act, Brother Li can leave first. That's easy to discuss. However, Brother Su, before that, we still have to search this storage space. I don't want to leave behind any treasures. I will also set up a few restriction collapse points in this storage space." Li Yuan's eyes revealed a contemplative look as he spoke. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. They no longer wasted any time and walked forward. Not only were there cracks flickering in the sky, even the ground would occasionally have a few cracks appear. However, Under the caution of the two of them, their steps were calm as they slowly walked towards the first valley in front of them. There were rocks all around the valley, and there were many trees on the rocks. As they walked, Wang Lin stopped and looked at the rocks beside him. There was a pondering look in his eyes. He took a few steps forward and placed his right hand on the rocks. He spread out his divine sense and withdrew it. Earlier, when Li Yuan had flown into the air, he had seen that there were 2 mountain ranges and 3 valleys within the storage space. Now that Wang Lin was looking at the mountain ranges, he could sense the aura of the immortal world mountain stones in his bag of holding. With a plan in mind, Wang Lin retracted his right hand. Not too long later, the first valley appeared before them. The entrance to the valley was very big, about 10 feet wide. There was nothing inside the valley, but there was a thin layer of fog that made it look like an illusion. In front of the valley entrance, Wang Lin and Li Yuan stopped and looked carefully. There is a simple restriction here. It won't be hard to break. Li Yuan's hands formed a seal, and he threw out a few restrictions. These restrictions gave off a light that fell into the valley and merged with the fog. A series of rustling sounds echoed, and the mist quickly dissipated. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Li Yuan smiled slightly and was about to step forward. Just at this moment, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He grabbed Li Yuan and said, "Brotherly, wait." Li Yuan was startled and looked at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression didn't change. The celestial guard behind him stepped into the valley without hesitation. However, the moment the celestial guard entered the valley, fog suddenly rose up again. This fog gathered together and turned into arrows that shot toward the celestial guard. Several popping sounds echoed. Even with the celestial guard's powerful body, it was forced back again and again. It wasn't until it left the valley that the fog calmed down. Li Yuan felt ashamed. He wasn't a reckless person. He was just too confident in his restrictions. He bitterly smiled and said, "The owner of this storage space is too sinister. This restriction is clearly set up to kill people like me who are confident in restrictions." Wang Lin's eyes lit up. With a thought, the celestial guard stepped out once more. This time, the celestial guard was covered in a dazzling golden light. After it stepped into the valley, it threw out a punch. The violent wind from the punch created a giant vortex that immediately pulled in the fog. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to enter the valley. Li Yuan quickly followed. After entering the valley, Li Yuan's hands formed a seal, and he placed restrictions on the walls of the valley. Then Li Yuan began to calculate with one finger, and his gaze wandered around the valley. After a moment, he calculated a location and placed a restriction. Wang Lin didn't look at Li Yuan. After entering the valley, he waved his right hand, and the thunder inside his origin soul rushed out. It formed a ball of lightning and shot toward the vortex formed by the celestial guard's punch. With a bang, the ball of lightning entered the whirlpool. Immediately, bolts of lightning swam about, causing the whirlpool to seem to freeze in midair. It automatically spun and absorbed all of the mist that flew over. "Brother Su, I'll carve the restrictive spells in the east and south corners." When the restrictive eyes of the valley collapse at the same time, the restrictive spells will be broken. Li Yuan spread open his hands, summoning various restrictions. His body blurred as he charged toward the stone wall to the southeast. With a thought from Wang Lin, the celestial guard turned into a blur and charged toward the south. The moment Li Yuan placed a restriction on the wall, the celestial guard threw a punch at the wall. At the same time, Wang Lin's right hand condensed lightning, and he pointed it at the east wall. Before Li Yuan could point out a direction, his hand accurately landed on the restriction eye. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions echoed, and the restrictions that Li Yuan had set up in the valley immediately erupted. A huge whirlwind appeared in the valley and swept away all the fog. A moment later, the whirlwind dissipated and the valley returned to normal, revealing a scene that hadn't been there before. A black dagger was stabbed into the ground, and around it were 8 beast skulls. Wisps of mist were emitted from the 8 skulls, surrounding the dagger and forming rings. Li Yuan's gaze fell on the short sword, and he slowly said, "This must be the treasure from the first valley." Does Brother Su want the short sword or the 8 skulls? Wang Lin looked at the short sword. He could tell that the short sword wasn't ordinary. However, Li Yuan had helped him a lot, so it wasn't appropriate for him to take it away. Wang Lin smiled and said, "This sword should be extraordinary. It was all thanks to Brother Li that we were able to break the restriction here. I only did my best. I will take the 8 skulls." With that, Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and the 8 skulls immediately flew into Wang Lin's hand. His divine sense swept through them, and his heart immediately trembled. However, on the surface, Wang Lin didn't reveal anything and put them away. Li Yuan laughed and stepped forward to grab the sword. He looked at Wang Lin and said, "Many thanks, Brother Su." After passing through the first valley, they didn't walk far before they could see the entrance to the second valley. This entrance was much smaller than the first valley. The closer they got to the 2 valleys, the more cracks appeared on the ground. They had to be extremely careful as they walked. But even so, when they were 10 miles away from the entrance to the second valley, there was no longer a path to pass through. Within these 5 kilometers, there were far too many cracks. They flickered as they appeared, densely covering the entire path, making it impossible to pass through. Li Yuan frowned. If it was a restriction, he had a way to break it, but these cracks weren't a restriction. After pondering for a while, Li Yuan said, "Brother Su, this place is a bit troublesome. In this storage space, you can't teleport at all." Wang Lin looked at the entrance to the valley in the distance. His eyes lit up, and he slowly said, "Brother Li, please wait here for a moment. I have a way to enter this place." Wang Lin took a deep breath and sat down on the ground. His 2 fingers formed a sword, and he quickly pointed at several spots on his body. Every time his fingertips landed, Wang Lin's face would turn slightly red. In the end, after Wang Lin's fingertips landed for the 9th time, his face was already red. Wang Lin slowly stood up and inhaled. The red on his face immediately disappeared. It was at this moment that he slapped his bag of holding. The mountain and river screen appeared, which he tossed out. Immediately, the image of mountains and rivers spread out, covering everything within 3,000 meters. All of the cracks disappeared, as if they had been patched up. The moment the mountain and river screen appeared, the celestial guard behind Wang Lin crouched down and grabbed Wang Lin. There was a flash of golden light, and he mercilessly threw Wang Lin forward. This throw used the full power of the celestial guard in just a few steps. Wang Lin's speed reached a terrifying degree, and he charged out 5 kilometers in one go. However, there were simply too many cracks here. The moment the mountain and river screen covered them, it was as if it was being torn apart. Many large mouths appeared and tried to devour Wang Lin. Borrowing the power of the celestial guard, Wang Lin arrived here. Before he was exhausted, there was a flash of bloodlight, and the spell he had condensed on his body was activated. In a flash, he charged out at an unimaginable speed. There was a flash of bloodlight, and his speed increased. Then there was another flash, and his speed was even faster. In the blink of an eye, the bloodlight flashed 9 times, and his speed was so fast that it looked like he was teleporting. This bloodlight escape spell was the fastest spell in the soul of the old man in the demon spirit land. However, unless one's cultivation was at the peak of the late stage of Ascendant, they couldn't use it, or else their body would explode and they would die. In an instant, Wang Lin's figure appeared outside the second valley. The moment he appeared, his face turned pale and he staggered. He waved his right hand, and the mountain and river painting turned back into a screen and returned to his hand. He looked back and could see Li Yuan's figure 5 kilometers away. "I'm riding too slowly because it's too hot. The weather at home is 39 degrees, and a friend at the weather station says that when it's above 35 degrees, the weather will be reduced by 2 degrees. If it's really like this, then it will be 41 degrees today. In Heilongjiang, this kind of temperature is very rare." He was sweating as he typed. There was a towel on the keyboard, or else the keyboard would be soaked in sweat. "This damn weather, it's making people die. I'll go take a cold shower and come back to continue typing." Chapter 758. Wang Lin looked at the entrance to the second valley. From here, the valley was completely empty. He took a few steps forward and carefully looked around. A moment later, Wang Lin's right hand formed a seal, and with a wave of his hand, a restriction flew out. This restriction split into 14 parts in the air, and they all charged at the entrance. Wang Lin's eyes shined brightly. The moment the restrictions entered the valley, they silently collapsed as if they had been devoured. There wasn't a single ripple. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed, and he hesitated for a bit before revealing a decisive gaze. His right hand formed more restrictions, but this time it took longer. He formed more than a dozen restrictions in a row, and when he threw them out, they split into 14 parts. These restrictions formed the shape of a plum blossom before him and flew toward the entrance. Wang Lin quickly followed. The moment the restrictions entered the valley, his third eye opened. There was a flash of red light, and Wang Lin vaguely saw an invisible light screen at the entrance of the valley. When the plum blossom restrictions touched the light screen, a devilish shadow appeared and immediately tried to devour it. With the help of his third eye, Wang Lin clearly saw that the light screen and the devilish shadow were made up of almost transparent specks of light. Wang Lin's eyes lit up, and he quickly retreated a few steps. Under his control, the plum blossom restrictions also retreated with him. The devilish shadow seemed to hesitate for a moment before chasing after them and trying to devour the restrictions. At this moment, the light screen at the entrance became thinner and thinner as the devilish shadow extended. Wang Lin felt a stabbing pain between his eyebrows. This was the sign that the third eye had reached its limit. He didn't hesitate to charge forward. His speed was extremely fast as he passed by the devilish shadow and charged directly at the thin light screen. At the moment he touched the light screen, Wang Lin raised his right hand. Ling Tianho's sword energy gathered at his fingertips, but he didn't release it. His two fingers formed a sword, and he pointed at the light screen. The light curtain shook, and the sparse light quickly dispersed, forming a gap. Wang Lin rushed in without hesitation. All of this happened in an extremely short period of time. The completely invisible demonic shadow suddenly turned around and let out a soundless roar. All the light spots in the light screen immediately merged into its body. It immediately rushed back and chased after Wang Lin. Wang Lin's scalp went numb as a frigid wind blew behind him, bringing with it a dense chill. His third eye couldn't be maintained for too long, and it automatically closed. Now that he entered the valley, he saw a scene that was different from the outside world. The ground of the valley was brown, and countless skeletons were scattered all over the ground. There were at least tens of thousands of them. On some of the skeletons, there were even some strange bugs crawling around, as if they were gnawing on the bones, emitting a series of cracking sounds. In the center of the valley, there are 8 short swords stabbed into the ground. The appearance and aura of each sword were exactly the same as the short swords from the first valley. It was clear that they belonged to the same set. In the center of the 8 short swords was a giant beast skull. There were 4 ferocious bone spikes on the skull, and it gave off a very gloomy aura. Wang Lin didn't hesitate. After entering the valley, he rushed forward and reached out to grab the beast skull on the sword. Just at this moment, the 8 swords let out a sword hum and flew toward Wang Lin. At this moment, Wang Lin had the flying swords in front of him and the invisible demonic shadow behind him. In this moment of danger, Wang Lin didn't panic. His eyes were calm, and the moment the flying swords closed in on him, he pointed forward with his right index finger. Stop spell. This spell didn't just stop people. The short swords were not ordinary, but the stop spell was not ordinary either. Although the celestial spell stop spell couldn't last long, because of Wang Lin's cultivation level, it could still last for a moment. The moment the short swords were stopped, Wang Lin's body flickered and he charged toward the beast bone on the ground. At this moment, the invisible demonic shadow chased after him. Although Wang Lin couldn't see it, he could feel the coldness on his body increase. He had been waiting for this moment. Because he couldn't maintain the third eye spell, his divine sense couldn't detect the existence of the invisible thing. If he wanted to deal with it, he had to wait for it to swallow him. That was the perfect moment. Wang Lin didn't turn around, but the shadow of a whip appeared between his eyebrows. The karma whip appeared behind him and lashed out. A muffled groan came from the void behind him. At the same time, Wang Lin felt the coldness on his body dissipate. He didn't stop. His body moved like flowing water, and a restriction formed in his hand. He grabbed the beast bone, placed a restriction on it, and threw it into his bag of holding. All of this happened in an instant. The 8 flying swords were free again, and the whistling sound became even stronger as they chased after Wang Lin. The valley wasn't big, and he couldn't fly too high. In such a narrow place, Wang Lin was in a bit of a bind. The invisible demonic shadow seemed to have intelligence, and it would only release the coldness when it was about to swallow him up. This almost caused Wang Lin to be swallowed up. In addition, it blocked the exit, making it impossible for Wang Lin to leave. Wang Lin's eyes flashed coldly. The flying swords behind him scattered, stabbing toward him from 8 different directions. The sword energy they emitted was imbued with celestial spiritual energy. They formed a sword formation that was filled with killing intent. If that was it, it wouldn't be a big deal. Wang Lin was confident he could escape. However, the moment he picked up the beast bone, clouds of green fog appeared from the dense pile of bones on the ground. These clouds turned into shadows that charged toward Wang Lin. In addition to the fog, the insects that were gnawing on the bones seemed to have been stimulated by something. They all flapped their wings and charged toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's scalp went numb. At this moment, it was as if there was nowhere he could escape to. The entire valley was sealed. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and revealed a sharp gaze. Everything here wasn't formed naturally. It was moved here from the outside world. Even this mountain doesn't have a mountain foundation. Wang Lin's body moved. He dodged the flying swords, green fog, and flying insects and closed in on the wall beside the valley. He let out a roar. His right hand contained all the celestial spiritual energy and thunder in his body as he pressed his palm against the wall. An earth-shattering rumble echoed. Large amounts of rocks fell from the mountain, giving rise to an endless amount of dust that spread in all directions. Li Yuan, who was 10 miles away, was dumbfounded. He did not know what had happened inside, but he could clearly feel the ground trembling. Countless rocks fell from the mountain range to the side. The celestial guard standing next to Li Yuan was connected to Wang Lin's mind. He took a step to the side and punched the mountain without hesitation, causing another loud rumble. Li Yuan gasped. He could vaguely guess what Wang Lin was thinking, and his heart began to pound. A wry smile appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, fellow Daoisu's way of thinking is sometimes too shocking. If it was just Wang Lin's own power, he would only be able to shake the mountain. He wouldn't be able to achieve what he was thinking. However, with the Celestial Guard, everything was different. The Celestial Guard's fleshly body was incredibly powerful, and its punch caused the mountain to shake even more violently. Inside the valley, Wang Lin's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed the mountain and mercilessly pulled it up. At the same time, the Celestial Guard felt even more pressure. The Celestial Guard's hands were pressed against the mountain, and it let out a roar as it lifted up 10 feet. The rumbling echoed out, and even the storage space began to tremble. The Celestial Guard puppet lifted the mountain and then burrowed into the ground. Its body flickered with golden light as it lifted it up. The intense shaking affected the entire valley, causing the 8 short swords to stop in place. The green mist in the area completely ignored Wang Lin, and instead followed the portion of the mountain that had been lifted up. It was the same with the flying insects. Popping sounds could be heard from the Celestial Guard puppet, and it seemed to have gone mad. With a roar, it lifted the mountain several meters higher and then shot upward. It didn't matter how large the cracks were, they were all shattered by the force of the mountain. After reaching a certain height, the Celestial Guard let out a roar and then hurled the mountain down. The ground shook, and the storage space seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. More cracks spread out. The mountain fell from the sky, and when it landed, it completely covered the cracks in the ground. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Lin charged out from the valley. Even the formless devilish shadow was nowhere to be seen. It was impossible to say where it had gone. Wang Lin gasped for breath as he charged out from the valley. He saw that the third valley was also affected. The light from the restrictions continued to flicker. It was clear that many of the restrictions had collapsed due to the sudden change in the mountain range. I'm afraid the Celestial in this storage space never imagined that one day someone would shake the mountains to break the restrictions. Wang Lin adjusted his breathing. Then his body flickered, and he charged toward the third valley. His goal was the ancient god leather armor. Since it wasn't in the other two valleys, then it was very likely that it was in the third valley. Li Yuan gasped, and the shock in his eyes gradually calmed down. He bitterly smiled and charged after Wang Lin. As for the Celestial Guard, it had used up too much energy. It turned into a shadow and merged with Wang Lin to recover. Wang Lin and Li Yuan charged toward the third valley one after another. They got closer and closer, and it didn't take long for them to arrive. This place had been severely damaged. The originally narrow entrance was now wide open, and there were flashes of restrictions everywhere. Wang Lin immediately saw a temple inside the valley. This temple wasn't big, and it was severely damaged. Even the door was gone. There were two skeletons in front of the temple, and one of them was wearing the ancient god leather armor. As for the other skeleton, there was nothing on it, but the finger bone of its right hand was flashing with a golden light that reached deep into the skull of the skeleton wearing the ancient god leather armor. The skull of the skeleton was shattered. It was obvious that it had been crushed by the hand. Although Wang Lin hadn't seen the battle, he could imagine how intense the battle had been just by looking at the two skeletons. Wang Lin's right hand reached out, and the ancient god leather armor on the skeleton flew into his hand. The moment his hand touched the armor, Wang Lin immediately felt a bloody sadness. Looking closely, the armor was extremely rough and gave off an ancient aura. Even now, there was still a powerful aura on it, as if it was a sign of how powerful the owner of the armor was in the past. Li Yuan took a few steps forward and arrived next to the other skeleton. He stared at the golden finger bone on its right hand, took a deep breath, and bent down to break it off one by one. When he looked up, he saw that he was inside the temple. His pupils constricted, and he said in a low voice, "Brother Su, look." Wang Lin raised his head and took a few steps forward to look inside the temple. Even with his willpower, he couldn't help but gasp. He slowly walked forward and scanned the area with his divine sense. After confirming that there was no danger, he entered the temple. Beside him, Li Yuan also stepped into this temple. The temple was divided into two floors. The first floor was empty except for a few murals hanging on the walls. There were a total of 9 murals. As Li Yuan looked at them one by one, his eyes were filled with disbelief, and he muttered, "This? What kind of spell is this? How could there be such a giant person? Could it be that everything in these murals is fake?" The drawings clearly depicted a gargantuan giant with 8 stars on his forehead. Countless immortals were surrounding him, wielding various treasures as they launched a frenzied assault. Compared to it, the body of an immortal was truly insignificant. The giant's eyes were filled with coldness the entire time. However, he was too engrossed in his painting. Even the coldness and tiredness in his eyes could be clearly seen. All 9 murals were like this. 8-star ancient god. Wang Lin silently pondered as he looked up at the stairs to the second floor. He let out a sigh and slowly walked up, leaving Li Yuan on the first floor in a daze as he muttered to himself. After all, there weren't many people in the world who knew about ancient gods. The second floor was relatively simple. There was only a table with a piece of yellow paper on it. There were a few brushes next to it. It was easy to imagine that the owner of this place loved to paint. Not far from the table was an incense burner. However, at this moment, there were only ashes left. Wang Lin walked to the side of the table and saw that the paper was being pressed down by a paperweight. This paperweight was emitting waves of celestial energy. It was clearly not an ordinary item. However, Wang Lin's gaze wasn't on the paperweight, but the paper. In the 16th year of the celestial world, the ancient god arrived. The celestials fought and won. My magic treasure was damaged, so I could only refine it here. However, because I had military merits, I was given a piece of its skin and made it into leather armor. In the 19th year of the celestial world, there was a shocking change. The The Celestial Emperor went crazy and died, pointing at the sky. I saw everything with my own eyes. I saw the scene in the sky when the Celestial Emperor died. Ever since I became an immortal, I have never been afraid, even when fighting an ancient god. However, at that moment, I was timid and hesitant. I saw something I shouldn't have seen. When the Celestials fought, I could only escape. There was a pair of eyes following me. I want to paint what I saw. The last part of the handwriting was a bit messy. One could feel the anxiety of the person who wrote it. I painted it. But what is this? What did I paint? The handwriting ended here. Wang Lin's eyes were serious. After a moment of silence, he sat in front of the table and picked up the brush. He wanted to feel what had happened to the Celestial that year. Just now, the readers in the group said that they couldn't subscribe or that they couldn't display the words when they subscribed. Now that Shidian had solved the problem, those readers who went to other websites to read about the Celestial Renegade, please come back. I need you. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.